Hello, and we're live. Thank you very much, everybody who's turned up for my 55th birthday. It's a milestone, I suppose, but it doesn't feel good being 55. Anyway, I've got nothing actually planned for this. I just thought I'd invite people to come along and celebrate my 55th birthday. Due to the fact we're in lockdown, I can't go anywhere. We're all stuck in our houses. I've been shoved out to the summer house because the wife, she'll be going to bed shortly because she's at work in the morning. I've taken the week off. Why not? I'm 55. So she'll be off to bed shortly. So I've been chucked into the to the summer house so as not to disturb her. I've got myself a good Yorkshire beer. And I've also got myself a bottle of Jack Daniels to drink as well. Not that I'm going to drink all the bottle. Well, I might do because there isn't a great deal left. But we've already got some people that have joined. So I'll just bring them in. We've got Chris Mallard and we've got Critical Cripple Dave. Chris, you are really the one who started me on this bit of a journey. Not that I've done a great deal at the moment, but I was watching your show. It's almost a year ago. Well, it was a year yesterday because it was the day before my birthday last year when I came onto your show. And that's what sort of encouraged me then to maybe do a little bit, get into a little bit of going on YouTube. And since then, I've been on quite a few people's channels. I've been on Junk Shop Library's channel. I've been on Critical Cripple Dave's channel with his critical questions. And I wish you'd change the name, Dave, because I can hardly say it without getting tongue-tied.
I just say Dave.
Yeah, just Dave. Yeah, I've been on Dave's on Critical Questions, which was a lot of fun. I've been on Grumpy Old Dudes, and I've been on yours again for the second time, Chris, which would be, I don't know, maybe about 2 months ago now, the last time I was on your channel. I've started getting into a little bit of debating. I ended up doing a flat earth debate yesterday, which was done like review today. That was quite good fun. I've also got one coming up. Oh, this is going to be scary, this. I've got one coming up on Friday on Modern Day Debates. So it's a massive platform, as you all know. And it can be against Witsit Gets It. So he's a flat earther and apparently is very sharp. He knows his stuff. So that should be good fun. Because I'm not really into debating the flat earth or the globe earth. It's just something we all accept. But yeah, I've got dragged into that. So
you've done fantastically well so far. Watching you, you've done a lot of impromptu debates on it as well, and they've all come out. You've come out on top of them. You wrapped the other person around your finger.
Yeah, I feel like I've done all right, but yeah, a lot of them they've just literally happened. I haven't sort of planned them. It's like the debate I was on the other day, talking to Iger Television on Praise's channel. He might be coming in tonight. I have invited him, so be kind if he comes in. Yeah, it was just sort of like an accident. I first got on that channel. He was talking about the flat Earth. Of course, when I came in, I just happened to ask him, "Are you a flat earther?" And he was yes. And next minute, he was throwing questions at me, and we got into a bit of a debate. Then we did a debate on Praise's channel, but unfortunately, I couldn't do the sharing of my screen because I only had a Chromebook, and it wasn't very good at sharing. So I had to do it all literally off the top of my head. And then yesterday, I went into Praise's channel again, and Iger was there, and I think we had about almost an hour of debating. And then this morning, he did a review of that. And I went onto his channel, and we also again had about an hour of debating. So yeah, that was good fun. I'd just like to say we've got Harmonica Man's come in, Kat's come in, Lisa for Truth is here. I think I saw my daughter has turned up.
She was. If you've got a daughter, I was going to ask first because there's definitely someone claiming to be your daughter.
Yeah, Samantha. Yeah, that's my daughter. Yeah. So yeah, hi Sam. I'm drinking one of your beers actually that you got me that I hadn't finished from Christmas, so I thought I'd have one of them. Mark Caesar's here. Hiya, Mark. Oh, we got Laughing in Disbelief. I've just been on his channel. Well, not on his channel, watching his channel while he's doing his Jenga. I think I asked him a question and he ended up knocking it all over. So
how bad a question was it?
He was talking about the flat Earth. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Thank you for turning up. It's brilliant. And if anybody else wants to jump in, there's a link in the chat, and there's also a link in the description. Just jump into that. You don't have to stay all night. Just jump in, say hello, and do what you want. There's nothing planned. I do have one thing I want to show you though. I was on Facebook this morning and somebody tagged me and said, "Is this you in the background?" I thought, "What is it?" So I clicked on the video, and it's an old video from 1979 from the town that I'm from. I'm originally from Filey. I live in Scarborough, which is just 7 miles up the road. But I was brought up in a little fishing town called Filey, and basically the television crews turned up and they were doing like a promotional thing for Filey as a holiday town. So yeah, I'm on that. So if you all bear with me and see if I can share it, because like I say, I'm new to all this. Hopefully, I should be able to share this with you. We won't be watching all of it, but I'm about 12 or 13-year-old at the time. It's a bit embarrassing, but I'm sure my daughter will laugh about it. All right, let me just see how I do this.
What were you like?
So, Paul, are you Scottish or Irish or British?
I'm English.
You're English.
Yorkshire. Yeah, England.
Yorkshire.
Yeah.
They're going to declare independence soon.
Yeah, they probably will do. Oh, hang on. I've got a few people that have jumped in. We've got Andy. Hi, Andy. Thanks very much for coming along.
What's up? What's up?
We've got Monica Man. Hi, Andy. Thanks for turning up.
Hey, gang.
I was really nervous today about this, actually, because I was thinking, I've set this up. I've asked people to turn up. And I had an imagination. I was imagining all day long that what I was going to do is I was going to come on and I was just going to be sat here by myself and nobody would turn up, which would be extremely embarrassing.
Been there.
Fortunately,
I didn't even know you had a channel until Junk Shop said something about it.
Well, yes, I've had a
surprised
channel
you've
now
got a
for a few years. I used to put my flying videos on and little bits and bobs like that, but I didn't really put any content out. And music analyst, right? Hi, Vince. If you don't know music analyst, if you don't know music analyst, he was the video that I put on at the beginning with the flying. Music analyst did that for me.
Oh yeah, that
Did video.
Yeah,
Very nice.
Video, yeah, at the beginning.
What's up, Andy, Randy, Chris, and Critical, and Lisa, and happy birthday, Paul. 55, huh?
Happy
55,
birthday.
yes.
That's you're halfway.
I was first
Halfway to what? 110.
early this morning.
True. Continue. I don't want to interrupt.
We're just generally chatting, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to share a video that was filmed in 1979 from the town that I'm from, and it's got a little bit of footage of me on it. So I think I'd be about 12 or I'd have been 13 at the time in 79. So I'm just a little kid. So,
All right.
Let me see
Who found that?
Sorry?
Who found that? Who found that?
Somebody, a friend of mine that I used to go to school with, Sharon from Filey, she tagged me in it on Facebook and just basically tagged me in it and said, "Paul, is this you in the background?" When I started watching the video, I thought, yeah, that's me.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and do it now. I'm not brilliant at this sharing stuff, but let's see how we get on.
Yeah, we'll fix it.
I'm sure we'll get there.
Yeah.
Right, where's it gone? I clicked on sharing. It's disappointing. Hang on, let's try again.
You must maybe add it to, you must add it to the scene. Next to your camera.
Ah, right, yeah. I wonder if, yeah, hang on. Share screen. Share audio. And that. Right, it's there somewhere because I've seen it. Ah, there it is. Add to screen.
Wait, Paul. Did you
What?
share your whole computer? Because sometimes when you did that, it started to slow down. Remember when you start to share stuff on my channel?
Right, so what should I do it as? Share tab or something, is it?
Yeah, tab. Share the tab.
Right, okay.
But remember to click the sound as well.
Yes.
Down there.
Yeah, got you. Right, so can you see that?
Not
Nope.
yet.
All right, hang on.
In the stream.
There we go.
Right, I just need to put my headphones on because I've seen that sometimes, because I'm using the microphone, when I'm sharing something and I play it, no sound comes to me. You get the sound, but I don't. Oh, that's better. Is that echoey?
No, it's good.
No.
All right.
No.
Right.
Have you been to Farley before?
Oh, about 20 years in succession.
20 years. Now, why do you keep coming back year after
I
year?
enjoy it. It's quiet. It's a beautiful little place. I don't know a nicer beach on the East Coast.
You know, you have
See the little guy in the background?
You.
Is that you with the brown hair?
Yeah, that's me. The little with the blue t-shirt on behind his left shoulder.
So, Paul, this is what I'm gathering, that you kind of have always looked angry. Is what I...
Yeah,
This is not a new thing for you.
Hungry, so you gotta forgive him.
Yeah.
Paul,
Yeah.
That's
did you
cool,
ever
man.
go to Redcar?
Did what?
Did you ever go to Redcar
Oh, I've been once or twice years ago.
when you were young?
No, I didn't go when I was young. No, I've been to Redcar as an adult, not as a child. No. Anyway, I'll go back to it. And there's a few more.
so much natural beauty, natural facilities, the brig, the beach, and so
It
on.
definitely
That
is
never
you.
changes, never will change, and that's the attraction.
We like it because it's quite.
And then I'm on again further up here, and I think my brother's there, but I can't tell. There's me.
Building the stop. The competition's
There I am.
Mhm.
There you
come to an end. Now we come to the judging. And for that,
So
we're
yeah,
joined
you
by
really
Mr.
got your
Coast
15
here on
minutes of fame, huh?
Did what? Sorry.
You really got your 15 minutes of fame, huh?
Yeah.
Hargreaves. Yvonne, you're impressed, I think, aren't you?
Yes, I am very impressed.
And then there's one more a bit later.
Mike, let's have a little look round at some of the exhibits. This one first.
It's extremely good, isn't it? It's even a homemade flag as well.
Little tunnel going through, I think.
All right, well, you've had a couple of moments to look at one or two.
Yeah, that's me there, and I'm sure that there is my little brother.
That?
Yeah, it must be him. He's got blonde hair, and he's the only person I can think of. And I knew he was there with me when we was down on the beach. So yeah, that'll be my brother Robert.
Two of them. I'll leave you on your own just to look around and to make your minds up. And here he is, the winner.
And that's me little bit of fame.
Very cool.
Yeah, very nice.
That
Yeah,
somebody would
it's
spot that
amazing,
and
isn't it? How-
recognize you.
I have to see if I can turn my volume up.
Yeah,
It's
it's
very quiet.
amazing back then when you were a kid, and you're just so excited to see. Oh no, there's a camera in town. What's going on? And now today, here we are, screen to screen, all around the world.
I know it's mad, isn't it?
It's amazing.
Obviously, as a lot some of you know, I was in the army. I did 15 years in the army, and at the time, whenever I went away, it could be a week or so before I could even speak to the missus, especially if I was out in the field. I could literally leave one day, and it would be 2 weeks later before I turned back up again. And in that 2 weeks, never spoke to each other once. I mean, nowadays, kids they can't even go to work without being on the mobile phones. Have to talk to their wives or girlfriends, and I just think, how would they cope if they had to do what I was doing all them years ago, and what everybody else had to do all them years ago? Let's say you went away on exercise. I mean, sometimes I'd go to Canada. I've been in Canada for 8 weeks, and of course, it cost a fortune to phone back from Canada. So you might phone once or twice in the 8-week period that you were there. And the rest of the time, you just didn't speak to each other. You just had to get on with it. And like I say, nowadays, the kids can't even go to work without having to phone their wives or girlfriends.
And that's why relationships were longer back then. You didn't have to interact with one.
Yeah, true enough, yeah.
Hey guys, I want to thank you all for having me. I've got to bounce. Man, Paul, what a run you've had. A long way you've come in the years. So glad to see that. Thank you for inviting me. Nice to see you, Andy and Dave, and all you wonderful people. Thank you for inviting me and having me back.
Chris, like I said, it's your fault I'm here anyway, Chris, because if it wasn't for me going on your channel, I used to watch all the YouTube. I won't keep you too long. I used to watch all the YouTube channels, but I never used to sign in. And then when I started watching your channel, obviously I couldn't see the chat, but I knew it was there because you were interacting with people that were on the chat, and I was just listening to you live. And that's what then prompted me to sign back into YouTube rather than just being there as a guest, so that I could see all the chat. And then obviously I started interacting with the chat. I spoke to you, asked how I could come on your show. You invited me on the show, and then that has led to everybody, or just about everybody, that's now turned up for me. My birthday celebrations. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have met any of these people. So
thank you.
Thanks very much. Much appreciated.
Yeah, well, it's great.
Appreciate that. That's awesome. And you know what? Next year you'll have to do it again.
Yes, we will do. And I hope you'll get back to doing a bit more content, Chris, because I'm missing your Daily Atheist morning show. I really am.
I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Maybe one of these days, huh? You know,
yeah,
I gotta say, I don't miss it yet. Not yet. You know, I showed up this morning. I'll tell you what, I showed up this morning and my mic didn't break. My camera didn't fail. I could hear. There was nobody to hear. Everything worked, you know, and it was nice. I had coffee. There was no panicking. I don't miss it.
Do you remember that time when there was me and Andy on, and I think it was that time that it really spammed me, and I came on, you were talking about American politics. I mean, I'm not into politics anyway, but
you did great
about American politics. And at the start of it, you did something wrong, and you'd started the preview for the show, and obviously you were on camera. You'd started it. You came off camera, did this little preview thing, and honestly, everyone should have been able to see it because it was so funny. Me and Andy were killing ourselves. You got off and you were going, and you were going absolutely mad because you'd mucked this bit up. It was funny as hell. And then you composed yourself, came on live as if nothing had happened. And nobody knew that literally 30 seconds earlier, you were literally going, I can't believe I've done it wrong.
You'd be surprised at the anxiety I would go through before the show anyway. And then we'd have the show, everything would be perfect. Ask Andy, everything would be perfect. And I'd go, hello, everybody, and welcome to the Daily Atheist Morning Show. And I'd look over there, can't hear you. And I'm like, what, Andy? That's the face he used to make.
Spot on. You know, a million things could go right, and then one thing goes wrong, and then vice versa.
Yeah, maybe one of these days we'll.
Doing great with the audio.
This is why I keep it very simple.
You know, I should have given in and just went StreamYards, but I tried to be fancy. You know, I should have. But yeah. So anyway, I gotta go. You guys
when you started, StreamYards literally was just 2 boxes.
Yeah, we were really.
The things you can do with StreamYards now, you definitely couldn't do a year ago.
Yeah, that's true. A lot more fancy going on. Those are the reasons why I didn't like it, was because it was bland and, you know, compared to other better produced shows, and I wanted to be a better produced show. My show looked great. It just didn't. There was just, you know, missing something. Anyway,
I mean, I like StreamYard for the fact of the simplicity of it. It's quite an easy platform to use. So
Wait, Paul, he's trying to leave. Let him have a space to leave.
All right, good.
Love you, bye-bye.
On the next one, I'll let you jump out.
We'll see y'all next time. Y'all take care.
Cheers, Chris.
Take care.
Yeah, I was chuffed Chris turned up because, like I say, it's Chris's fault that I'm actually here doing this.
That's great.
So I've just seen who's in the chat. We've got Noah Wilson. Hiya. I think we've got Grumpy Old Dude. Dude's in. Grumpy Old Dude. God.
You know, I haven't heard anything. Oh, never mind.
Oh, I was just going to say, Bee-wee's in, Vin.
Bee-wee?
From Bee-wee and my brother Noah. Oh, so that's Noah's your brother. Oh, right. Yeah.
Well, Randy, what was you going to say? Randy.
Oh, nothing. It wasn't anything important.
Okay.
Oh, Spooky there as well. Hiya, Spooky.
So, Paul, you started your channel because Chris kind of encouraged you to?
Yeah, what it was I used to go onto YouTube, but I wasn't signed in. I did have the channel, like I say. I put a few videos on that were mainly for me to watch. It was just a way of saving them. So I did have a channel. I was signed up and everything, but I never used to sign in. So whenever I went on to watching anything on YouTube, I was never signed in. And I came across Chris's channel, the Daily Atheist Morning Show. Came across that, and I used to enjoy listening to that on a morning. But I noticed he was interacting with people that were in the live chat. Because I wasn't signed in, I couldn't see the live chat. So that then encouraged me then to sign in. I then interacted with people in the chat. I then spoke to Chris, got invited onto his channel. I was on his channel twice, and that's how I met Andy, because me and Andy was on his channel at the same time. So that's how I met Andy. And then from there, it's just progressed. And it just has a knock on it. It's like dominoes, isn't it? You meet one person, you meet somebody else, and before you know it, you built up quite a bit of a, I wouldn't say a following, but a bit of a group of people that all know each other and all interact.
It's sort of like life, right? Sort of like life works.
Yeah, you're right, Vince. It is. And then Vince, the first time I saw Vince was on Modern Day Debates. That was with Godless Girl, wasn't it?
The Godless and Smokey and TJ.
Yes, T-Jump.
And the T-Jump.
Yeah, with T-Jump, yeah. That was first time I saw you. And then I saw your channel, then I started interacting with you on your channel. And like I said, it just has a knock-on effect. The same thing with Junk Shop Library. The first episode that I was on with Chris, I was on with Junk Shop Library. So then that got me over to Junk Shop Library's channel. And like you say, it just has a massive knock-on effect.
Yeah. I started my channel because I used to go on Christian channels, and I just got tired of repeating myself because it's all the same. What about this and what about that? And I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to start a channel. I'm going to say my spiel, and then you can go over there and, if you really want to know about this, you can go watch my channel,
Are you guys all atheists?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. That's funny.
Yes.
Sorry, Vince.
No, I love it.
Vince identifies as lovely but crazy.
Music analyst, are you?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
sorry.
No. Wait.
I didn't mean to offend you.
No. Let me just no. Listen, it's very hard to offend me. I don't even know if you can. I only get upset at stupid stuff.
Are you saying it's like a challenge?
What do you say?
That sounds like a challenge.
Yes, it might be one. You want to take?
Do you like what? Do you like your mustache?
Yes, I do.
I think we could take 10 minutes on that.
Let's go. We can do that. Listen, no, I used to be an atheist. I'm not a Christian yet because I haven't read the Bible. But
that's not. You are aware that that's not a requirement to being a Christian. Most Christians have never looked at the Bible.
Well, yeah, you're right. Yeah. But I don't want to call myself a Christian without fully, dwelled into it. Like, excuse my English. I'm from Sweden. It's English is not my first language. If you're wondering, I've only spoken for 3 years. But anyways, I do believe in a creator. I did not believe in a creator when I was an atheist, obviously, but now I do, and that's where I'm at.
Vince, obviously, you wasn't a true atheist. You were clearly never a true atheist.
Why do you think so?
I'm sorry, no, I have to put that in because 9 times out of 10, when you get Christians, they will say, when a Christian then becomes an atheist, a lot of Christians will say they were never a true Christian, or they wouldn't have become an atheist. So I was just putting it back. So
I'm going to be a slight arc and ask: did you actually investigate?
I hear a lot of atheists too.
Say again?
I hear a lot of atheists saying that now too. You weren't really a true atheist.
Well, the problem is an awful lot of people that never actually considered. An awful lot of people that never considered themselves, never considered whether or not a God exists, are using the label that they used to be an atheist, even though it's not that they weren't an atheist. They were. They just never considered a God.
Yeah, they've never looked at either side of it. They've never given it any thought of it. It's like my parents.
Yeah,
my
but I
parents
would
would have
consider
classed
that
themselves as
a
Christian.
different kind of atheist than the kind of atheists we are, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. I mean, they were atheists in a definitional sense, but they never considered. So when they try, normally it's when Christians try and use it as an argument. I used to be an atheist, but now I believe. Yeah. It's when because there's virtually no one that has ever investigated whether a God exists, decided they were an atheist, and then become a Christian or a Muslim or something else. It's very rare for that to happen. But people that have never investigated it, that are those sorts of atheists, and then are convinced by very often evangelicals or of that ilk, they try and use it, and it's disingenuous. I think it's dishonest.
Yeah, but listen, I'm not one of those. You
are very honest to talk to, and I've got conversations with you. When the apologetics jump on you, you've been convinced by something, and then someone questions it, and you go, "Oh, maybe not. I have to think about that." Which you take a very honest position on it. I haven't met someone that is vaguely Christian that's done that in a long time.
Well, that's because I want to listen. I don't care. It's none of my business what you guys believe. It's none of my business. My only business is what I believe, and I want to find the truth. And in order to find the truth, I really do have to question everything. Yeah. Everybody. I have to question everybody for my own self, for my own self. But listen, I'm just saying, I wanted to believe in a God, but I never came to, I had this problem with, who created God. If God exists, then who created God?
Yeah, that's a problem that still exists. They hand wave it away.
It doesn't exist for me any longer.
I ask them all the time, and they say, "Well, God just always existed," and I'm like, "You can't do that. That's called special pleading. You can't do that."
Lisa, you can.
No, you can't. You're just hand waving it away.
No, listen.
Yes.
Listen.
Vince, I have to ask a question.
Grumpy old goat, if you're still there, do you want to jump in?
Yes, Randy.
As an atheist to a Christian, will you sell me your hair?
Yes, how much? How much? $100 bucks.
As well.
I got $100 today.
Listen, I got a lot of it. It grows like in a week. I will have this back. You know, I'm a hairy Iranian. You know, I'm a hairy Persian. I got lots of this. We can make a subscription. You want a subscription? A year? We can.
No, that's all right. My birthday is in September. Just send me some wax.
Hey, when did you lose your hair, or did you shave it? Did you lose it completely, or did you shave it?
Yeah, I lost the normal male pattern baldness right here, and I thought it's time. I'm 51.
Yeah.
Why not just own it and make fun of it? And now, whenever I see another bald person on YouTube, I have a shine off and make sure one of us wins the shiniest head of the night.
Nice.
Wait. Are you 51? I never thought that. I was like maybe 36, 37.
Yeah.
What the fuck? How the hell are you
I'm
51? That's weird.
Well, that's easy. I was born in 1969.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
Randy,
you
have
don't
you ever
look
had a
like it.
sign off with X of Utah Outcasts?
What did you say?
No, not yet.
You should, man.
I don't think he knows I exist.
Well, go to one of his live streams. He'll, I mean, you're going to have to, pop in there for a while until, he knows you exist. But, he'll get you. Say something funny. That'll get him.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun there. They're a lot of fun
Yeah,
there.
they are.
But yeah, Paul and I talk an awful lot sometimes. I'll have a morning just coffee with Randy or whatever, and then we'll dagnabbit. Shut up.
Yeah,
Hey.
I'm trying to get you to change
Then we'll
the tea,
have
aren't I,
a chat
Randy?
about technical stuff.
Who's God? God entered the back room. It says
Oh.
there.
Is it? I was literally just trying to get into to send him a link on Twitter.
Are
What's
you?
going on?
Oh, shit.
sounded dirty.
Now,
This is the grumpy old dude. He's the real God. This is the real God.
Are we
Real
meeting
deal,
God
dude.
right
we
now?
need to watch our mouths now, people, because
That's
God's
right.
in the house.
You
Shit,
son of
You
a
know what
blasphemous
I'm
heathen.
thinking. God, you know what I'm thinking right now, right?
That's right, you blasphemous heathen.
Fuck. You knew that too.
Oh, Brimbug's there as well. Brimbug, do you want to jump in? Brimbug, the link's in the description if you want to jump in. I noticed that Brimbug's jumped in as well. I'm going to try and keep my eye on the chat and who's jumping in and whatever. I've got a couple of spaces left, so
Yeah,
you
two
can jump
more.
in
Right?
there.
Well, happy birthday to you, Paul.
Thanks very
Shall
much.
we sing Happy Birthday to you? Come on, man. Happy birthday to you. Happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday, dear Paul.
Paul.
Happy birthday. I created you.
This is the strangest birthday I've ever had.
I make dogs howl when I sing, so
That's good.
I'm doing you a favor by not singing.
Yeah, I can't sing
Come
either.
on, Lisa.
I couldn't carry a tune in a bucket. I seriously couldn't.
Listen, who cares? Who cares? Just sing. You will feel better. Fuck it.
That is true. Yeah, I mean, I must admit, when I'm in cab at work and there's nobody else there, I can put music on. I can scream and wave. By heck, she's grown or he's grown. I can't remember.
What a great dog.
You've got a cat as well, haven't you? Now,
Well, guys, I'm gonna go. You have
4
a
cats and a
wonderful
puppy.
rest of the day, and I'll see you guys later.
See you
later.
Bye.
Are you going, Lisa? Oh, she's gone already. Well,
So we got God and dog.
Listening, Lisa. Thank you very much for turning up. It's much appreciated.
So just to let everybody know, God was created in the back of a '57 Chevy.
Nice.
How do you know it was a 57?
Because my dad told me.
I was just going to say, yeah, your dad told you.
I was a mistake.
All right, so God, are you atheist too?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you just name yourself God.
That's right. Grumpy old dude.
It's funny how the theist wants to talk about atheism quite a bit.
Oh, just want to know about you people. Come on. This is the elephant in the room, okay?
I'm saying things. I brought you into the lion's den here, haven't I, really?
Yeah, I like it. I like the lion's den. You know what I'm saying?
There's nobody that I interact with that isn't a nice person. Everyone that's in here is a nice people.
Yeah, of course.
I take offense to that.
Hey, watch your mouth over there, old man.
Except Dave.
Hey, don't accept Dave. I'm grumpy for a reason, damn it.
Just a minute. I'll go and leave you to it.
So you guys just think reality just came from nothing?
You think God came from nothing?
Yes, let's go.
No.
Huh?
You think God came from nothing?
No.
Yes,
it came from a giant fart, a giant fart, and that's
God has always just been there.
Yeah, so is the universe. The universe has always just been here.
No, that doesn't have to be. No, but God has always been there.
Just because you don't know something doesn't mean suddenly it's God. I'm comfortable with saying I am not sure.
I don't know.
And that doesn't mean God.
Vince, which God?
You're not sure, huh?
Which God?
Well, I mean, absolutely.
There's only one.
There's only one?
I'm not absolutely sure how the universe began, but that doesn't mean all of a sudden the Apostles' Creed is like absolutely awesome.
So which one is the right God?
There's only one God. I don't know.
Well, hold on.
The
Hold
other-
on. Who says the universe
other thousands
actually began?
It's
Who
God.
says it wasn't just in a different state?
Yeah.
Who was that? Was that Randy?
All the other thousands of gods were just made up, except for that one God. That's the real one.
I mean, it doesn't matter if they think of one God and they think of one God. In the end, there is only one. There can only be one God. So I don't.
Is that
care.
Highlander, not God?
From Highlander.
Yeah, that's from Highlander. Yes, there can be only one
option as well.
Damn it! Now I got to start chopping off heads.
There can be only one. Listen, there can only be one creator because there can't be a creator above that creator.
Why not?
Why does there have to be a creator?
Why?
Question.
Yeah.
Just look at everything in this reality. You know, like a video game needs a programmer. This is like a super advanced video game, and you think this is just
it's not. No, it's not. Nature,
well, yes, it is.
Nature
Yes, it
is
is.
nothing like a
Vince,
video
I have
game.
a question, Vince. I have a serious question.
I want to get back to God later. Yes. Yeah.
Go on, Randy.
Now, when you think of creator building something, and there can only be one, then think of this: if you create a space to build a house, you have your cement layers, then you have your framers, then you have your roofers, then you have your interior workers. These are all different creators building one simple dwelling. Now, how, if there was a creator, how couldn't there be multiple creators in the same fashion?
Well, I mean, this God we're talking about.
Well, did the universe creating God create life? Why would they create life? The universe creating one does space and planets, and then the life one creates life.
Wait, hold on. Let me just use this. Let me just use this example again with the programmer that creates a video game. The programmer creates this reality in which there are creators in it, sub-creators, like
Have you ever met a programmer? Wait. Have you ever met a programmer? I'm a programmer.
Yes.
Right. I'm a programmer.
Yes, I'm a sub-programmer myself.
Right. Here's the thing.
But are you a
programmer that makes the programmer that writes
Damn
the
it,
game?
you guys are driving me to drink more.
Just wait. The programmer that writes the game is never the person that creates the characters. Never the person that creates the characters, because he's an artist for that.
Yeah, but this programmer has it all. Like God is the artist, the coder, and everything in one.
Why?
What
That
is
makes
it?
no sense. That's
You
not
know
how
why?
it works. That's not how it
Well,
works in the rest of the real world.
Well, if that's true, that proves why it's not perfect, because nothing in life is perfect ever.
Except God.
Can't be. If he was perfect, if this alleged God, if it was perfect, I wouldn't have cataracts.
What is that? Cataracts?
Dave, don't
Yeah.
burst
Work
another
on the
ball.
knees.
Huh?
If it was perfect, it wouldn't have made such a flawed
What is
program.
cataracts? Dude, English is not my first language. What is cataract?
A cataract in my eye. Like a cloudy spot in my eye that I need surgery for.
Do you not see completely like 100% perfect?
No.
Yeah. What does that do in your eye? Like, is it a spot that you don't see?
Yeah, I'm like partially blind in my eye.
In one of them.
Yeah.
Paul, did you imagine
Just one.
hilarious debates during your birthday?
Okay.
I did imagine it was possible that it could happen, yes, and I was quite hoping so. So, yeah, I've got no problem. Carry on.
How about it?
Wait. Let me ask him about his eye. Can I ask you about your eye? When did that happen? What happened? When?
I don't know exactly when. I can't put a time frame on it. It's slowly getting worse.
Mm-hmm. Well, huh?
Can I apologise? I need to run away because I've got something on MathPig's channel shortly. And I think Andy's
Math
going to run
Pig.
away.
Say hello to Math Pig.
I
Say
will.
hello to Math Pig.
And say happy birthday, Paul, and I hope for another 55.
Yeah, hopefully it'd be nice to get
Tell
another
Matt
55.
Pig he's in the shrine off
Thanks,
this week.
thanks for turning up, Dave.
Yes.
I really do appreciate it. Like I say, when I decided to do this, I was frightened to death that I'd be sat here on my own and nobody'd turn up. I couldn't have wished for nothing better. All you lot turned up. It was absolutely brilliant. So thanks very much, Dave. I'll let
No
you
worries.
jump out.
Catch you later.
Yeah, peace out, Dave.
Bye-bye.
I'm going to bounce out.
If
too
anybody
loud.
else, I'll just say, if anybody
All right,
else
Andy.
in the chat would like to come in,
See you later,
just click
Andy.
on the link
And
in the
you're
description
here.
and
Andy.
get yourself in.
Good
If
seeing you
Brainbug, if
too.
you're there, I'd like you to jump in. If you're still there, Brainbug. I'm
Yeah,
still
what's your-
jumping down, make sure nobody jumps in.
I just want to
Sorry,
wish you
Andy?
a happy birthday and many more.
Yes, thanks very much. Are you jumping out here?
I'm going to jump out. Yeah, I'm going to head out.
Yeah, no worries. Again,
All right.
thanks very much for turning up, Andy. I'm much appreciated.
Peace out,
My
Andy.
superpower is showing up. That's what it is. I'll take. See y'all later.
Okay, peace.
Thanks very much, Andy. Catch you later.
Oh shit, he got
So-
like
so Vince-
Wow, my
Okay,
face got huge.
If it was perfect, why would it give this dog one floppy ear, one Yoda ear?
I mean, listen, if reality would be perfect, then nothing would be. Like it needs to have its defects and not. You know what I'm saying?
So
Like,
you're saying God is a defect?
no, not God, but us in this reality. You know,
But I-
we're all defects.
look at my fucking nose, okay?
So-
Okay, this
so
is a
we're-
big nose.
We're
Not
defects.
perfect.
But didn't God create us in its image?
Well, you know what I think that is? This is my
Their
own theory. Okay?
Image.
What? What do you say?
Yeah, their image.
Yeah,
Their image.
their image.
It says,
Listen,
"Let
wait,
us
wait.
create them in our image."
Our image.
In
And
our.
call it Adam.
Our sounds weird.
Yeah, so there has to be more than one.
It's multiple. There's more than one.
Listen, I haven't read the Bible, okay? And I'm not saying I fully am 100% sure that it hasn't been tampered with somehow, okay? Listen, I'm a former atheist here. I came to the conclusion by myself that there is a God. Now I'm going to look into the Bible, but I'm not super 100% sure that the devil hasn't played with that book somehow, okay? But I
Well,
know
We know it. We know that book's been played with numerous times.
Yeah, it wasn't
That
the devil. Though.
sneaky bastard.
it is the devil. If somebody has been tampering with it, it is the devil. No doubt
Well,
about it.
no. Everyone who's rewritten the Bible got their, guidance from divine, knowledge from God, telling them to.
How do you know?
Write those things?
How do you know?
Because that's what it says in the Bible.
Yeah, but maybe that that is the thing that the devil changes it, changes. The devil changed that little bit.
Well, then God already knew that was going to happen because he's omni everything.
Ultimately, God knows everything, or all outcomes. God knows all of the outcomes. And, I'm not sitting here saying I know why God
an amoral prick.
No. Why? Because there needs to be bad shit and good shit. This is the way this reality is. Dualistic.
But if God was such an omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, everything else, why would he create evil?
Because in this reality, evil needs to exist, and so does. Because without evil, you don't understand fully the good.
I can answer that question.
Why couldn't God just create everything to worship it?
No, this is like a game.
God is Irish, and he loves to pick a fight when he gets drunk, like me.
Maybe he has like an Irish accent when he speaks. But wait, let me get back to the image thing. I do believe we were created in the image of God. You know why? Because we have this part of us, the creative side, the creative side of us. That is the
Rainbow
Brian.
Cheers, man. Thanks for turning up.
Swing my mic around. Can you hear me,
Vince? I
can hear you. Yeah,
I can see.
And somebody else.
I know what you're saying.
Hi, Bewee.
Bewee.
Huh? Yes, Randy. What are you saying?
Vince, I know what you're saying and everything, but these words that link together like this, these words change over time and in different languages and have different usages. They evolve into something else, into a different meaning through each generation. So creator, creative, create, all that stuff is just a line of thinking that basically comes from religion, putting it into like the dictionary companies have religious. And most of them, like in America, the dictionaries are all owned by Christian companies that put even knowledge, and then the second definition is Christian this or that, truth, Christian this or that, and it has nothing to do with actual truth or anything else. So words are descriptives of concepts that have their usages, and they do change over time. Now, in the beginning, there can't have been, the English word creator, creative, create, creature, all that stuff all tied into one thing. It could not have been. This is an evolution of language over time and split apart throughout the world as different meanings and all that stuff. So when it comes to that argument, it is null and void because of time itself and the evolution of language itself.
Okay, but let's say that's true, what you're saying with the word. Take the word out of it. I'm still talking about the same thing. We have that ability to create out of nothing. Like our creative force that we got. I think that's what separates us from animals.
But animals create stuff all the time. Some animals are better at creating stuff than we are.
What are they creating?
They create homes. They create tools. They create.
Back.
No, I'm actually asking, what are they creating? I don't know. What are they creating?
Yeah, they create homes. They create tools. Ants have been farming livestock and growing crops for millions and millions of years longer than humans have even been on the planet.
Okay.
Paul's got a point.
That's maybe true. Maybe true. But can they like compose a song?
Birds can. Birds compose all kinds of songs and dances.
Come on, what kind of a song? Just one tune, like
Well, there's birds
No, they don't, Vince. You're wrong there. You can actually some songbirds have dialects.
Yeah,
You
different
can
in
get
different regions.
A
will have
songbird
different.
from the UK and a songbird from somewhere in Europe, and they will have two completely different songs.
Okay, I never heard them sing.
Separated by mountain ranges or forest or just a different different environmental borders that separate them. Frogs the same way, and frogs don't get enough credit in that area because they're about as beautiful as songbirds in some of their songs.
In fact, I've just heard my first frog this
Come
morning.
on,
I've got a
brain
pond, and the frogs have just started turning up today.
What kind of a song can a frog do?
There's some beautiful. There's videos on YouTube that you can listen to.
All right, let's play them.
Yes.
Let's play them.
Oh, I can't right now. I still only have.
What?
I play banjo. I play harmonica too. Harmonica, man.
Do you? Good. Come to my show.
Yeah, I want to hear the. I want to hear the hit
down there.
song. I want to hear the hit song from the frog. Is it the frog song? Remember, there was a frog song.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, I was thinking of that.
Well,
Beep, 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 or something like that.
what about dolphins?
Yeah,
Dolphins have an entire language.
Yeah, but do they have the same abilities that we have regarding artistic creativity?
And whales sing songs that travel thousands of miles to the ocean. Gorgeous.
Yeah. You got a hit song for them too? What is there?
Actually, there have been some musicians that have used whale song backing tracks with their music. I don't know if anything's been on the charts, but I think John Lennon was famous.
Well,
for
here's the thing about dolphins. I read an
Are we gonna
article
talk about
once
dolphin
that
rape?
talked about the dolphins being even more creative than humans are, because
Okay.
they started first with their intelligence and languages, and humans started, saying syllables and everything from hearing dolphins, from hunting them and everything. Anyways, their environment does not require them to do the things that humans do. So they're perfectly adapted to their environment for what they do to survive and communicate with each other. They don't need to make tools because they can swim really frickin' fast and use their environment as the tool. We, on the other hand, had to, when we started tool making and developing things, our language evolved at the same time so we can communicate the very different things that we taught our young and our neighbors and everything, so we can group together like ape species do and survive better.
But you know what I think it is with these animals? I just think they're going on a program. Sort of like Brainbug talked about the ants building houses and shit. I think that they're running a program.
And so are
We
we. Our program just seems more complex to you.
Not really, though. Not really, because we are learning new shit. No, wait. We're not really going on a program. I mean, we can be programmed. Just look at our world today. There's a lot of programmed people. Okay, let me tell you. But we can also come up with new shit that is not in our head, like from the beginning. Like we can.
And you don't think animals can do that, but they have to be able to do that. They have to be able to adapt to changes in their environment. That's evolution right there. That's what causes them to change. And
I don't believe in evolution.
Evolution is true whether you believe in it or not. Buddy.
How come the crocodiles and the what is it called? Those dragons. What are they called? Komodo dragons.
Oh,
how come they did not evolve?
You want to talk about the evolution of crocodilians and varanids? We can definitely dive into that. It's going to be a deep dive. We're going to talk about the changes and the differences between the modern species and the modern specimens and the ones we see in the fossil record. And if we're talking about crocodiles, you're talking back to the early Triassic, when they were actually the dominant land predators, and they had a body type that was very similar to what we'd see coming later in the Mesozoic with the dinosaurs. So for the beginning of the Triassic period, dinosaurs were these little, like about the size of like a crane or a heron, and then we had these giant bipedal or semi-bipedal crocodilians that were roaming, and we can tell by the skull structure, by the what's it called, the femora, the holes in the skull. We can tell so much about their evolutionary lineage. And kind of where they descended. And we got these crocodiles, right? You got them layered. The Triassic, you had this great diversity, and they kind of lost their foothold. And we see this in the fossil records as dinosaurs got bigger and more dominant. The crocodiles kind of got pushed back into these niche environment where they were aquatic ambush predators, and nothing was filling that at the time. But when we get further down the line, they've been in that position for quite a while. So the ones that weren't, that were competing for these dominant predatory animal niches, were kind of pushed to the margins and wiped out. However, they were managed to hold on to this niche. They still hold today in a lot of environments, but even now they compete a lot with mammals for with things like giant river otters and stuff that can really give them a run for their money. But the biggest competition they had was for our musical friends that we were just mentioning earlier, was the whales. That we can see the evolution of the whale from a crocodile-like animal called Ambulocetus. Now, Ambulocetus lived in a lifestyle that's very, very much like what we see in crocodiles today, a semi-aquatic ambush predator. Fortunately for them, they kind of moved out into the sea, but crocodiles did that too at some point. But I'm getting on a ramble here, and I only have a couple of minutes, so I did want to say happy birthday, Paul. Harmonica Man Randy, I have a video coming out Wednesday about my centipede I used to have. When I was digging through my archives, I found a track of when I used to play guitar and harmonica in a folk band. And I did a cover of an Alice in Chains song, and I used that as the background. So check that out. I'm going to put a link to your channel in there too.
I will.
So yeah, I'm not the best harmonica player, but I'm passable. But I'm going to put a link to your channel in there to give you some promotion. Right? Yeah, it's all a degree, right?
Just different.
Ed, it's good to see you, Ed. I didn't talk to
good to see you, buddy.
And, good to meet you, music analyst.
You too,
music analyst.
Yeah. Listen, I just realized that I was way out of my league here. I just see you.
Did you not know who I was?
You're like the insect guy. You're like the insect guy with a bunch of aquariums and your name Brain Bug, and you know.
That's why we just let you go. Thought you're really going in. You jumped in the deep end here. You're not going to take.
But I wanted to say one thing. I wanted to leave you with one thing, Brain Bug. How do you know the dinosaurs even existed?
Well, we will talk, music analyst. Me and Paul can probably set it up for us to talk, right?
Yes.
We can dig into this. I do have to go.
Stream about bugs. Yes, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
But happy birthday, Paul. I'll be back in the live chat, but I got to get back up there. I got some things to process for work. You all have a great time, okay?
Cheers, Brian. I much appreciate you turning up. Absolutely brilliant, mate. Me and you are going to have to do another stream time on Supernatural or something like that. We're going to have to do another stream.
Or the Flat Earth. We could do the Flat Earth.
Yes,
we will do that.
The Flat Earth one. Yeah, that'll be.
Hey, wait a minute. Before you leave. Do you really think the Mars landing, that was ridiculous? That was ridiculous.
My best friend is a NASA scientist, and
I don't care. That was ridiculous, dude. That was ridiculous. A CGI from 2004. Come on, man. We're in 2021 now, and they're giving us pictures of CGI from 2004 PS2 graphics. But we can take that next time. Yes.
Oh, yeah. We got a whole lot to unpack with you, music analyst. You have a good one. Bye.
You too.
All right, bye, Brian.
Brian, Vince, we're definitely going to have to set this up. This will be such good fun. And Brian, lovely to see you. Thanks very much for turning up. Really much.
I'm still here. I'm still listening. I'll be in the chat later, guys.
Okay,
peace out, Brian.
Should I go find one of the rocks I have that have like bits and pieces of dinosaur bone and stuff in them?
Yeah, we should.
Yeah,
where do we have them?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay, let's see.
So Vince, don't you believe dinosaurs actually existed then?
I used to. I used to.
Phone.
So what's changed your mind?
What changed my mind is, the unraveling of lies throughout the years from the same people that are telling us these things exist. That was what changed. You know what I'm saying?
Have you never found fossils when you was a kid?
No, I don't think so.
For fossils?
No, have you?
Yes.
Okay, how does it look?
I still find them all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, I live on the east coast of England. I don't know if you saw that video that I put on at the beginning. There's I literally live on the east coast, and in Filey there's what you call Filey Brig, which is basically a rocky outcrop. And if you go on there, you can find all different types of fossils and stuff like that. Okay,
but what is it? Is it like a small little?
Yeah, I can't remember what they were called. We used to get the. There was one that's called the devil's toenail, which was like a little creature, and then there's one that is like an ammonite, which goes round like in a circle. We used to find them sort of things. I mean, I was never really that much into it.
Yeah, you can go anywhere in the world.
Yeah, you'll find them anywhere,
find mollusks inside rocks. And I live in Michigan, and I find them all the time.
Okay, wait. What is that? That looks like
this has got some mollusks or shellfish and stuff that's stuck inside of some rock.
Yeah, that's like the devil's toenails that we used to find on the brig.
Yeah.
Devil's toenails. That's very similar to what they used to look like, if not the same.
Is that supposed to be some bone or what? What is that?
No, that's shellfish that got stuck in rock. This one here has flecks of bone in it.
Okay.
Now, I had this piece of rock tested. It wasn't cheap to get this tested. This piece of rock dates back to almost 48 million years.
Okay. How can we take their word for that? Can we do that?
It's pretty scientific.
I don't know about scientists these days. They've been corrupted.
By who?
By the overlord.
By the overlord.
Good one.
By the fucking overlords.
I gotta have you on my show. You're great.
Overlord.
He is funny as Vince. He's a good laugh. I like going on Vince's channel.
Listen, there exist overlords, okay?
All right, who are the overlords?
Well, I mean, the ones that we kind of know about is the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, but I don't think even they are the true overlords.
See, now you're starting to get into my ball field there. I debunk racist hate groups all day long.
Racist? Racist?
Yeah, listen, you want to start talking about, the Jewish conspiracy of the Rothschilds?
No, I don't care. Jewish. I don't care what they are.
But that's what you just brought up, the Rothschilds. That's
I don't know
white supremacy. That's a white supremacist
I think it's more of a banker
theory.
thing, not a Jewish thing.
The whole thing with the Rothschilds started as a far right white supremacist conspiracy theory. If you're going to go there, we can go there, and I will debunk that.
Listen, I don't know about all that shit. I just
do.
know.
I was a white supremacist for 20 years.
Okay, why?
Because I was an idiot.
Okay, that's honest. That's great.
That was after I graduated from Amherst Theological Seminary, because once upon a time I wanted to be a Catholic priest.
Okay. All right. Listen, I don't know.
We can debate all this.
Listen, I'm just saying there are rulers out there. I don't care where they come from, which religion they are, or whatever. I just know
what's your proof?
People. The proof is just look around. There is a plan that is being played out
right now.
I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
But then you have no proof that there's
no. Wait. Just because I don't know doesn't mean there isn't a plan.
Okay, give me proof for this.
Because
plan.
I don't know doesn't what is it? It doesn't nullify.
Cheers, man.
What's your proof of this plan, though, other than the fact that people are idiots?
Yeah, but these people have by design steered us to become more and more like idiots because again, I don't know who. I can just say these fucking Rothschild billionaires or whatever they are, and even beyond them.
Hold on.
Yeah, go on, Andy.
Are you gonna go? Point of order.
Okay.
Take it.
How in the world are these supreme people that rule the world steering us into stupidity? A, and B, what are we going to do about it? Are we going to continue following the same mistakes that we've always made throughout history that has not worked? Or are we going to start thinking for ourselves? Because the truth is what the facts are, and the facts are what the evidence shows, comporting with our reality. Everything else is pure speculation.
Oh, wait.
So how are we gonna actually know? We're gonna go find out and not speculate.
First, we have to be able to solve this. We have to become aware that they are doing it, that they are dumbing us down. You need to be aware that that is going on. If you're not aware that that is going on, you won't ever be able to solve that problem. So you need to.
If you are
ask
aware, fight that with knowledge, knowing something that is factual with reality.
The first step is to actually spot the problem. Like, are they dumbing us down or not? First of all, before anything else, is that happening? Are we getting dumber, or does it look like they are trying to make us dumber? Yes or no? You know what I'm saying? You have to ask yourself.
We are getting dumber.
We've got more access to information now, Vince, than we've ever had in past history.
And we vote for our rulers to tell us what to think. We are doing it to ourselves. And the people who rule over us in office is because we want them there. They think like us. They say the same dumb shit as us. So they get in office first. That's how it happens. That's how we're getting dumber and dumber.
The problem with all the information that's out there that Paul pointed out is people don't know how to separate actual information from stupidity.
Okay, elaborate. You want to elaborate?
Okay, for example, I could put out all kinds of racist propaganda, and if somebody's susceptible enough, they're going to believe that. It's not true, but I can make them think it's true.
Yeah. That's true.
If they took 10 seconds to do their actual homework, they would know it's bullshit. But instead of doing that, they're like, yeah, I like what you have to say. I'm jumping on that bandwagon.
Yeah, and it's really hard to stop someone from doing that, right? Like, if they feel like I like what you're saying. Yes, I like that. I want to jump on that. It's very hard to stop them, right? Because that is where they're at.
Just a quick one, just to answer Iron Chariots. How do you feel about having this guy Vince in your birthday stream, Paul? I enjoy having Vince, talking to Vince. I go onto Vince's channel quite a lot. We have some really good conversations, me and Vince, about all different types of subjects. So yeah, I'm really pleased that Vince has turned up. Unfortunately, I think I've led him into a bit of put him into the bit of a lion's.
No, I like it, dude. I love this.
I know you do. I know you do, Vince. And like you say, you're thick-skinned, and you can take it.
Yeah, of course. I don't want to talk.
I actually thank you, Vince, because you woke up my brain and actually made me think today, and I did not really want to do that. But here I am, freaking thinking and stuff.
How did I do that? I don't know how that happened. Listen. They are dumbing us down, okay? Through what they're showing through the TVs and the music. Listen, I know about music. I've been doing it since I was 17. Music, they're dumbing us down with that shit. It ain't music anymore. It's poison. It's poison for the ears and the mind, okay? They're dumbing you down. Like, in some of the songs, you don't even hear what the fuck they're saying. They're like, hush up, You're like, what the fuck are you talking? What are you saying? And the music itself is like repeating little pieces of noise that is designed to go into your head and jam it, you know? And the younger
Vince, what's going on is you're getting older, mate. Every generation says exactly the same thing that you have just said. Every generation says it, mate. Every generation says it.
I know.
You are getting old. Welcome to the old age, mate.
I know that is true. That is true. But if you just look at this,
no, Vince, you stop there. You say that is true, and don't do the book bit.
Yeah, but even still, music has never been this bad. Never, ever, ever.
That's your opinion.
I was listening to
garbage, man.
But
It's absolute garbage.
That's your opinion.
No. It is objective truth. It is objective truth. This is
anyway, we've got Pee-wee here, and he's been in about half an hour, and he hasn't had a chance to say a single word. So, Pee-wee, if you'd like to jump in and say something.
My mic's been not working, basically.
Now it's working.
It's working now.
It's now. We're good. Say stuff. Taking a drink break.
What do you want me to say?
Well, if you've got any input, if there's anything you want to say, jump in and say it. That's all I'm saying.
What do you think about today's music?
I don't mind, really. I like. I'm only 17.
There you go, Vince.
It's kind of my generation, but I like.
Okay, so Pee-wee, do you like
80s, 90s?
What?
I listen to 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, everything.
Okay, so we got somebody from this generation, sort of, that doesn't like the shit. Really,
that's not true.
No,
and he's going back to the 50s, 60s, and 70s, man.
Yeah, but I did that, Vince. I did the same thing. I was listening to 50s, 60s, 70s music in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. I still listen to it now. I listen to a vast
me too
mixture of music. I don't have a particular music that I like. So I listen to all sorts, and that's what Pee-wee's saying. He has a
Pee-wee's
music that he likes.
Pee-wee is like 40 years younger than you. You know what I'm saying?
Pee-wee, didn't you?
Pee-wee's
say you like today's music?
Shut up.
I don't mind today's music.
There you go.
What do you mean by don't mind it? Elaborate. What do you mean don't mind it? Explain.
I don't prefer it, or I don't prefer it to 80s stuff.
You don't prefer it.
Yeah, which is pretty much similar to me.
Here's the position.
I didn't like house music in the 90s, and in the 90s I was only in my early, my middle to late 20s in the 90s, and I couldn't stand this what they called acid stuff and house music and garage music. I couldn't stand that type of stuff, and I was in my 20s.
I understand that, but listen, melodies. If you look at it as melodies, even these trance or technos from the 90s.
That's why we'll do. Cheers. I'm just something to the chat.
Okay. They still had melodies, that was, sort of good. Still, you could still hear good melodies. Today you hear like stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? That's not a good sounding thing. It's like hearing a weird crow in the dark woods.
Maybe, maybe
That's
not
good.
for you. Maybe not for you, but apparently nobody wants to listen to it because they're making money off it.
Yeah, but listen, you know what happened
I think it's what the conversation is boiling down to here. Here's what the conversation is boiling down here too, with the above 50 crowd and the 17-year-old here, on the panel. We're asking questions about purists to your generational music. And I don't think these days anybody really is, because there's been a lot of good music after the past 60, 70 years that blends in with today's music. And the young crowd today actually does appreciate. And there's been studies and everything with children that listen to AC/DC and stuff like that are like, wow, this is really cool stuff, you know, and they're the epitome of rock and roll. And then they listen to today's music and they're like, yeah, it's got some, you know, connotations to it, but it's not as good as AC/DC. So we're not talking about the purist of the generation. We're talking about someone who loves music in general. It's irrelevant, the generational purity.
Now, Vince, tell me how any of that relates to there being some kind of supernatural, spooky dooky deity.
Well, these people, the overlords, they know the knowledge about they know the knowledge about music. For example, if we're talking about music, they know how powerful music can be. Okay, so they are listening to like Beethoven and shit in their fucking cult places, like but they are spitting out garbage to us, like Cardi B and shit like that. I don't know.
She's not the only one.
I know, but she's the only one.
I hate her.
Yeah. She has no business being an artist. The only artist she is a strip artist. That's the only thing I will give her. That's and even that, I wouldn't go to her strip artist show. I would see a lot of more attractive strip artists. I don't even think she would be a good strip artist. She doesn't even look attractive. Okay, that's just my personal taste. Okay, her ass is bigger than my body. Okay, that's improportional. I don't like it. Anyway, but I'm just saying. The only thing as far as an artist she goes is a strip artist, and that's not even good. But anyways, they know about music. They know shit about music that we don't know. Like they know how it affects us because music sets emotions. It sets emotions. You know, when you have a sad scene in a movie, they put a sad, you know, little what do you say, jingle? Not a jingle, melody. They put a sad thing there, or if they want to make it, you know, stressful, they're like, take away the music, and it doesn't feel that stressful or sad or happy. Like the music sets the emotions and stuff. So music, huh?
But when do you think the overlords took over then?
The overlords. When
do you think they started messing it all up?
I think the overlords are tied into Lucifer. Lucifer ultimately, yeah, it sounds funny, I know. Lucifer has had many puppets that it uses throughout the years. Lucifer, I think, is timeless. Not timeless. Yeah, immortal. Lucifer is immortal, but the puppets are not. So Lucifer is using the puppets throughout the years to achieve the final goal, which is right around the corner, by the way. Right around the corner. I know everybody's laughing, but it is right around the corner to finally enslave humanity by going inside of the mind with a chip that Elon Musk has. Elon Musk has a chip. Yeah, I know. I don't know who's laughing, but listen. Elon Musk has the Neuralink that is going to be implanted in our head, and through that, it will ultimately control our inner self. I think that is the final goal.
Hold on a second, Vince. Hold on. Hey, Paul, we got a message for you.
Go.
Happy birthday, Paul.
Thanks, Amanda.
He said thanks. All right, I'm gonna get going. You guys have fun. Watch out for the overlords, and have a happy birthday, Paul.
Cheers. Thanks.
Hey, grumpy old dude, come to my channel
much
too. Shedding Mysticism. I need you on there.
All right, I'll shoot you. Are you on Twitter, Randy? Am I following?
Yes,
I'm
I
following
am.
you on Twitter,
Magley,
right? Yeah.
I think so. I'll shoot you a link
All
later
right.
on. Today we're celebrating Paul.
All right.
All right.
Take care, everybody. Be safe. Wear a mask.
No, hell no. Are you
Oh no, you've started Vince off.
God, no. God, no. Okay.
Oh boy.
Mouth diapers. No, come on, man. They're muzzling us, man. Listen, I think pretty much everybody knows it, but they don't want to admit to it. They don't want to admit to it. They're muzzling us. They're even saying, "Listen, you gotta wear like this, like that." That's what they're doing. They're muzzling us. They don't give a fuck about us. The overlords don't give a fuck about us. Let's just be honest here, okay?
But Vince, you haven't said who the overlords are yet.
I said I don't know who the overlords is. Who? How do you think I know who the overlords are?
How do you know they're there? So what makes you think the overlords are there?
You can see the trace, the trail of them. You know what I'm saying? What they're doing. You can see the trails. You can see that there's some overlord or overlords doing something.
You're going to have to elaborate. You're going to have to explain it a bit more. Give us an example. Give us an example, Vince.
You see the trails. You see what they've been setting up.
I need an example, Vince.
An example, take 2020. That's a great example. 2020 is a great...
2020, go on then. What about 2020?
2020, they left a big footprint of their trail. They of what they're planning. They left a big ass trail.
You're going to have to elaborate, Vince. You're not explaining what footprint they left. So they left a footprint. So the overlords have left a footprint in 2020. What is the footprint?
Yeah. They left a footprint of their plans to have us all enslaved and controlled and told what to do and what we cannot do. And if we don't do this, you won't be able to do that, this, and that.
And where's this footprint? How have you got this from this footprint that you're saying?
What I mean by the footprint is you can see that there is something that wants to control us. You saw that clear in 2020. You got a 2020 vision with that. You got a good, clear picture that something is up. Even the most asleep sheep, deep down inside, knows that when they cannot go to the pub or go play tennis or whatever, or go to whatever they want to go to.
Yeah, but Vince, that's because there's a virus that's killing people.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and the flu just disappeared. It just disappeared. It went away. It flew away this time. I don't know. It was just a coincidence.
You should be a comedian, Vince.
It's just a coincidence that the flu happened to go away forever, at least now. Nobody's even talking about the flu. It's just a coincidence that the Corini came and the flu went, and we're muzzled, and they want another muzzle, or like a double muzzle, and they want us human distancing, not social distancing. Human distancing is the right word for it. Not social. We're still social right now, right? We're not close to each other, but we're still social, right? That never changed, really. They just humanly distance us, called it social distance, so we don't really figure it out, because if it was called human distancing, we would be like, why do they want us human distancing? Yes, Randy, what is it? Did you say no? Randy, did you say
I disagree. I think and the game has always been more tax-paying followers. So I don't think they're trying to get us to not touch each other. I think it's because there's an actual virus, and if we all die, then capitalism falls.
Yeah, it's bad for the economy when
Okay. Let's say that's true. I would accept it in the beginning of last year when we didn't know what this was. But now we found out it ain't some zombie killing virus. We find out there are several different therapeutics. We found out there is a vaccine. We've found out so many things now, okay? So many things that we know this ain't as dangerous as they made us believe it was. Come on, man. I know two people.
About 100,000 people died in the UK.
I know, but hold on. I know two people who had it now. And I asked them, how did it feel? It was like, no, it felt like a cold. And I know there are people who had a worse time with it. But listen, we don't have the same health. We never had the same health. Some people might have a very bad immune system and very old or whatever. We all have different immune systems. So some people might have a big problem with this Corini thing.
So there is a virus then? You agree there is a virus?
Yeah, but that might be just a different strain of the flu. Because the flu just went away, okay? It just went away. So this might just be a different flu. I don't know. I'm just saying, it ain't a zombie-killing virus that they tried to tell us it was. We know a lot of people who had it and they came out alive the other side, you know, after a week or two.
Yeah, we know a lot of people that have had it that have come out the other side. But this morning, my brother-in-law turned up to give me my birthday card when he was at work. So he basically turned up, dropped the birthday card off. I opened the door. I haven't seen him for a long time because obviously with the lockdown and everything. And I found out the other day that, I knew a few months ago that he'd had the coronavirus, but I thought he'd got over it. And then I found out the other day that he's got problems with his legs due to having the virus. And I spoke to him this morning after he dropped the card off. It was at the end of my path when I opened the door. So I'm talking to him, and he's struggling like hell to walk. Now, him and my sister, they used to go for walks all the time. So he's not an unfit guy. Him and my sister go for long walks, and they always have done. When I saw him this morning, he was literally hobbling down the path from my house. And I spoke to him for about 20 minutes this morning, and I was asking how he was. And he said he felt lucky that he was in the position that he was. But basically, when he gets up in the morning, he says all his legs are basically seized up. He struggles like hell to get out of bed. He was telling me, he says, if you saw me first thing in the morning, you'd think, how the hell am I going to get to work? How the hell is he going to go to work?
But how do you know that's the COVID? How do you know?
It was tested. He had
hold on. Let me say something real quick. Paul, you're going to have to tell me about this and probably get your brother-in-law to get a hold of me, and because for the past 6 months I haven't been able to walk. Now for the past 1 month I'm getting better and better and being able to walk and have less pain. I think I've had the COVID. It's just that I haven't been tested. I was tested when it first started, and then I just kept getting ignored and ignored and ignored and ignored. But I lost the ability to walk for about 6 damn months.
Yeah, well, he's about 6 months now.
All over.
And what you've just said is very similar to him. He said that basically a good day now. How did he word it? A bad day now is how did he word it? I'll try and get it right. Basically, what he's saying is that over the last 6 months, it has improved. So when he has when he had a bad day last time, it's like a good day today. Basically, it's improving over and over. So it's getting better, but he's still hobbling. He really does struggle to walk. And like I say, when he gets out of bed in the morning, he can virtually not walk, and he's got to get his legs moving and stuff like that. And like my wife said today, I don't know why he doesn't go on long-term sick. And like I said to the wife, that would probably be the worst thing that he could do. At least at the moment, he's motivated to get up on a morning, and he's motivated to get himself moving. If he stops moving, he's probably going to seize up. But
I've had a lot of problems.
I'll speak to him at some point.
Anyway, I think I've had it.
Yeah, you probably have. Yeah.
But my symptoms with the medication that I'm on and everything. If I don't have the medication that I'm on in my infusions every 8 weeks, then I'll probably die. And that's probably holding off some symptoms of something that I have. but other symptoms that I have, it's compounding them. And I had the non-walking thing for quite some time. Now, it's different for me in that fashion, but I'm trying to gather data of what different types of ailments, and because I have an immune deficiency, I have Crohn's disease. I had a double bypass a few years ago. I have epilepsy, liver disease. I'm nuttier than shit, if you haven't noticed by now. So a lot of these things, I'm trying to gather data on what this virus has actually done, because unlike the flu, let's get back to the thing. Unlike the flu, the normal flu, even 100 years ago, like in 1919, killed millions, third of the population, whatever the hell it was. Excuse me. Now we know how to deal with the flu. They didn't back then. They wore masks back then. They washed their hands back then. They did the same exact things that we're doing right now. And then they come up with vaccines. The flu vaccine every single year. Now we have a new virus, a mutation of a sort of a flu that's not quite connected to the flu, that's acting like the same thing. We haven't yet had a virus or had antidote or whatever, that you get shots for. We're just now coming up with them. So there's going to be a lot of speculation. There's going to be a lot of fear. And there's going to be a lot of misinformation at first. It's going to take a long time before we get over this. Just like polio, just like flu 100 years ago, just like measles from the 1970s, every damn thing. It's repeating itself once again, and it has nothing to do with some other faction trying to keeping us in our place and murdering us. We just do not have evidence of any of that. It's just nature.
Randy, we do. No, it's not nature, man. This ain't nature. There might be a virus, as you say. There might be. There might be some weird flu strain that they call COVID. There might be.
It's a different virus.
Whatever it is, it might be that. But it is deployed for several reasons. Several reasons. Like politically, politically, I believe it was deployed to take the, I can't say it. Your YouTube will probably be fucked. The FRAUD in the elections in the United States.
Vince, the problem with that is if somebody was to release it deliberately, they couldn't control it, so they would be affecting themselves and family and people that they know as well. It would be uncontrollable if it was a man-made virus, basically. And also, a man-made virus can be traced by looking at the DNA and the RNA of a virus. They can trace the steps of where it's come from. So this is how they know that it's come from, like bats or passed from other animals. It's like the flu originally came from geese, I believe.
Look, they made the whole world into China. They turned the whole world into China, both with the mouth diapers and with the restrictions and loss of freedoms. They basically turned the whole world in 1 year into China. Now, I don't know everything about this. I just know I've been watching a lot of Columbo, Detective Columbo. Huh? Yes?
If they change the whole world into China, then why the hell is not my refrigerator full of Szechuan chicken, for Pete's sakes?
No. It's gonna be. You know what it's gonna be. You know what it's gonna be replaced with? Bugs. No, they want bugs. I'm not even joking. Yeah, I'm not joking. They want us to slowly.
Crickets.
Yes, they want us slowly to eat bugs. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. They're making, promotions for it. Like it's much better for the climate if we start eating bugs, because they say in one little piece of steak they can get this amount of bugs protein for you instead. So they're trying to say, listen, eating meat is they are. I will show you next time. I don't have it pulled up right now. I've seen this shit. They're talking about, like, listen, it's better for us to eat bugs because it's better for the climate. Okay, but wait. Listen, I've been watching a lot of Detective Columbo. Do you remember Detective Columbo?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I remember. And let me ask you. There's one more thing.
Yes. I love that show. I fucking love that show. That's great. I love it. Listen, I think every generation should grow up with Detective Columbo, because it actually teaches you that life isn't always as it seems. There might be a crook that pretends to be good but is fucking you over, really. And if you do not have that critical detective, what did you say?
I said agreed. On that point.
Okay, yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. So it's very important to have that critical detective mind sometimes, just to be sure that you don't get fucked over. That's all.
That's a fair one. But Vince, I've got a question for you. Now that the vaccines have started coming out, and
call it vax, because the YouTube might, call it just vax.
Yeah. So the last time me and you was on my channel, you got me kicked off. You closed us down. So if the vax is working, and in a year's time or in 2 years' time we all go back to normal, what are you going to say about this conspiracy theory that you have at the moment, that it's designed to control us? If we end up get back to normal in a year or 2 years' time, are you going to then agree that this was a real epidemic and that nobody was trying to control us?
Yeah, but first, let me just tell you, they are not planning on getting back to the old normal. Have you ever heard them talk about the new normal? New normal. There's a reason they call it new. It's because it is new and it is different, but it ain't normal, but they want it to be normal. That's why they say.
So, okay, there might be certain restrictions that we might have to abide by for quite a while until we do get back to normal. Because this is a new virus. This is like the flu turned up in, like I say, in 1919. That is, it's something similar to that. We're going to have to learn. We're probably going to have to learn to live with it. It's probably something that isn't going to go away. So what I'm saying is, if life gets back to relative normalness in the next year or two, are you still going to carry on with this is a conspiracy to try and control us? Because if they're trying to control us, surely once they've got us to this point, they're not going to relax it and put us back to virtually normality. They're going to try and increase the control of us.
There's a flaw in what you just said. Like, we should not accept anything other than the normal that we had. That's our, I know you're going to not like this, that's our God-given right to go back to the normal that we had before this. We don't have to be.
Don't you think, as a population, we've got a commitment to look after people that are vulnerable, and if there is really a virus going about, that we've got to take responsibility for our own actions, which could also impact on other people's lives. Which I know you don't like the wearing of the mask, and I understand your opinion on that. Now, I wear a mask, not necessarily for myself, but the fact that it potentially does protect other people.
Yeah, that's their trap. They installed that thing. Like, you don't have to do it for yourself, but you do it for others. That's how they trap us into this shit. Like, I know you don't care about it, but do it for others, and that's how they get everybody to do it. Listen, if the mask works, then the one that wears it can wear it, and the one that wants to risk it risks it. That's life. That's how life should be.
Yeah, but wearing the mask protects other people. The person who isn't wearing the mask is endangering people that even are wearing the mask. That's the point.
Well, we're not, I'm not going close to somebody with a mask and just spitting in their face. I'm keeping my distance from them. You know what I'm saying? Or are you saying that if I'm just in the near proximity of that person, my spit will like spin in and hit their mask and go inside of them? Come on, man. No government should be able to force a free will soul, and tell it what it can and cannot do. It can give tips, it can tell you advices, but to force it, that's tyranny dressed as caring for you. It's dressed as, no, I'm just doing it for your own health. No, this is tyranny coming, and this is the worst type of tyranny humanity has ever seen, frankly. This is electronic slavery, and it will be impossible to get out of. Back in the days when you had shackles, at least there was a chance to overrule the slave owner. This time, we're fucked. This time it's over. That's why this is a critical time right now. This is a critical time, because humanity might be enslaved forever or free. Listen. Another sign that this is planned is the Great Reset. The Great Reset is not a conspiracy. They're talking about it, and they're actually having a meeting about it in Davos or something in about 3 months or something. They have this guy. He's like a German guy. Klaus. His name is Klaus Schwab, or I don't know what the fuck his name is. Yes.
Be right back.
Oh, okay. Klaus Schwab is his name. Klaus Schwab. He's like, we have this great opportunity with the Corini to introduce a new Great Reset. We change everything, the whole system. Everybody get the universal income, and everything will be great. But the thing is with this is that now you're dependent on this system. And if you don't do as they say, they strip away your little universal income, and they bar you from everything, make you an outcast, and you're doomed. So this is a big trap. This is a big trap coming up. And this is Lucifer, I believe. Lucifer, I know you guys don't believe it, but there's an evil entity behind all this. This is not a good entity doing this. Call it what you want. Call it AI. I call it Lucifer AI. There's something trying to come alive and enslave us all. Even if you're not religious or believe in God, you can't deny there is an AI building, and it wants to control everything. And it wants to know everything about everybody to become a sort of a god in this realm, which will be the AI. And that would be a thing Lucifer would do. Lucifer tries to become God, right? In the stories, they say Lucifer wants to become God. It was envious of God. Well, what is this? This is a God trying to rule over us in this realm. A fake God, but still a God over us. Because what is God? All-knowing, right? What is this AI doing? It's trying to become all-knowing. By understanding us all, know everything about us all, know all of our moves, what we like, what we say, what we think, just like a god would. So that's why I'm saying this is Lucifer coming online. Yes.
So where are you getting all this information from?
Thinking.
So you don't have any evidence for what you've just said. It's just something that you've thought up in your mind.
What do you mean by evidence? The things I say.
Yeah, but you have a reason for saying them. It's all right coming up with all what you've just said. That this is
the things I just said. The things I just said. Does it seem to be true or not? Does the AI collect information on all of us? Yes or no? The AI, that is the Google, is it collecting everything on everybody? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so then we know that's true. Okay, so that now kind of becomes evidence, even if I don't have it.
It's like for advertising purposes. If you click on certain things, like say you want a new kitchen and you click on like new kitchens, yes, you will find on Facebook and other social media sites. You will find that type of thing starts popping up as an advertisement.
That's
a way of selling things. That's not a way of controlling you.
That's the excuse it's saying for collecting the data. We just do it for advertising.
Yeah, but you can also on your settings of your computer, or when you go onto a website, you can opt out of them type of things. They do ask you when you go onto a website, do you accept all these cookies and whatever, and it will give you an explanation of what will be used.
I know, but I'm also been hearing that even if you say no, they still take it. Like, even haven't you heard, like with the phone, like even if you push away the GPS and blah blah blah, they still know where your phone is. They're just pretending to let you have a choice of turning it off or on, but really at the end of the day, they know where you're at. Like,
why would you have a problem with that? I mean, that's also a good thing as well, that your phone is able to track you.
I know.
Like, say, for instance, my wife was to go missing, my grandson was to go missing, or something like that, and they've got a phone on them, and you can give that number, and they can track where that is. Surely that is also a good thing as well. If you don't want to be tracked, don't have a mobile phone.
Yeah, but you know, it's harder and harder to be without a phone these days. You can't pay your bills soon.
But again, you
can I make a point real quick? You want to know what's the really silly thing about this entire conversation? The 17-year-old said about 24 words and said, "Screw this, I'm out of here."
When did he say that?
Smarter than all of us.
No, he's just mad.
About 15 minutes ago.
He's just mad because
all those old farts are arguing.
This is not arguing, Randy. This is not arguing. This is actually talking about.
No, I know. It's a conversation. It's a conversation. I understand this, and it's normal conversation amongst men. But we have a tendency to have for some strange reason, men have a tendency to do conspiracy theory stuff and talk about behind the scenes thing. We just know something's up and everything. And the reason why that is because of our ape mentality of controlling all the good females, be the alpha male. And if anything happens off to the side where one of these other males is trying to breed with our harem or whatever, then we got to know about it and control the entire situation. Now we're into a position to where we are a big society and not in control of any situation, and we're skeptical about not skeptical, but just imagining just all sorts of different things going on that we might attach to and create a theorem of what the hell's going on. I do it all the damn time myself.
Listen, there is proof, Randy. Randy, you're 51 years old. Okay, you're older than I am. I'm 37. You can just look
and
at your
life. And I'm jealous
life.
of your hair.
Yeah, I understand. You've been there. You've been there 51 years. Okay, you can compare, and you too, Paul. You're not out of this too. You're 55.
No,
it's worse. It's even worse for you.
It's even worse.
Yeah. You both have been here for 55 years, whatever. You know the different times you've seen life losing more and more freedom, losing more and more freedom. That is fact. That is not some, speculation or
to some degree.
This is fact. Degree.
I disagree with you. I don't think we have lost our freedom. I think I've got just as much freedom now as I did in the 1970s. I really disagree with you on that one.
Okay, tell me more.
Well, how am I less free today than I was in the 1970s? ignoring the coronavirus, because obviously.
What? How can you ignore the? How can you ignore that? That's a huge thing.
Well, I think the point is before the coronavirus.
Yes,
anywhere up till this
you were
past
saying
year.
that if we progress, we've been less free, and I disagree with it.
Even before the corona, even before that, in terms of what you can say, what you can say, just take that. You can't say everything you want anymore. I'm not talking about hate and violence stuff. I'm just saying the words, like you can't say some words. That was before the corona as well. Like gradually they've started to limit us more and more, and they need to do they need to do it gradually, like the frog in the what do you say in the thing?
Yeah.
They need to do it.
Yes.
Yeah, the boiling water. Yes, thank you. They need to gradually do it, because if they do it instantly, you're seeing exactly what they're doing. They need to do it slowly, so you're getting used to it and you don't mind it that much. You're busy with other stuff, and as soon as you know it, you're fucking entrapped. The spider got you, but you didn't pay attention because you were busy, and rightfully so. You're busy with life, kids, jobs, bunch of shit, problems, this and that. You drink one day and you hang up. You're what do you say? You hang up the next day. What do you say?
Hangover.
Hangover. Yeah. You're hangover the next day, and then somebody calls you. Yeah, hangover next day. Somebody calls you, and they have a quarrel with you, and you fight them, and your wife yells at you, and you don't have time to pay attention all the time. You know what I'm saying? And then here you go. Here you are, enslaved without really knowing what the hell happened. So they need to do it gradually. They can't steal $500 from your wallet instantly. They take pennies, one penny at a time, penny until you get up to $500. So we are getting more and more enslaved. That's just let's face it. Come on, man. Let's face it. I know it sucks. Do you think I like this? I hate this. But I have to realize what is actually happening. That is the truth. And many people don't want to deal with the truth because the truth is hard. The truth will change shit. The truth will force you to change stuff up in your regular life. And of course, people don't want to do that because they already have enough of stuff to deal with in their regular life. They don't want to deal with the overlords and shit like that. I understand. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but me and you have had this
here's the
very
thing
similar
about that.
conversation. We've had a similar conversation to this before, Vince. And like I've explained to you, I think we live in the best times possible. This is the best time the human race has ever lived in. We've got infinite amount of information at our fingertips. We've got better healthcare than we've ever had before.
Is that so? Because there was people during the Corini times.
Longer.
Yeah, I know, but wait. There's people who had like cancer. They needed cancer treatments and this and that.
I agree with that.
They couldn't get time on.
Would you rather be going through an operation today, or an operation, or a similar operation 50 years ago, or 100 years ago? You go much beyond that, and you didn't have any anaesthetic, so they were taking your leg off or your arm off without any anaesthetic.
Well, not today. I mean, in 2019 maybe, but today I don't trust the industry anymore. I don't know. Today, but I see what you're saying. Of course, even still in 2021, I would still, seek treatment from the hospital than back in.
Do you agree that you would rather have treatment that we've got available today than even treatment that we had in 1960?
Yeah.
So it's an improvement then, isn't it?
Yes. I'm not saying everything is bad. There are really good things like what we're doing, Randy, you and me. We couldn't do this before the internet, so that's good. And everybody else jumping.
Right. Yeah. Well, and a lot of it is because of the career choice, not because of everybody in the community having the same basic needs. Now, we still have the same basic needs, but what we're doing is above and beyond basic. You know, we're talking about entertainment and music and career-wise, things like that. We have new technologies to experiment with these things. Back when I was growing up, a lot of people just died of a lot of dumb shit that you could, you know, have today. Also, what you were talking about a little bit ago, Paul and I grew up in an era where everybody was still looking for airplanes from Nazis and then communists. We were looking out and we were spying on each other. We didn't have that many freedoms because of fuel shortages and everything, because of after great wars. These things were, we basically were told to keep home, and we were actually told to start our own gardens and our own yards. Otherwise, we're going to starve to death. Now, all we have to do is order on our, for Pete's sakes, on our telephones, we can text, and an hour later, a robot will show up with our meal. If you live in a city, for Pete's sakes, I mean,
yes.
It's
the 70s when I was
vastly better than what it was 45 years ago.
Absolutely, I agree. But there is a but coming. Until these times that we're living right now, that was true, what you're saying. But they are now going to pull this system, the Great Reset, which is if you don't comply with what they want you to do, then you will have to grow your own food, if you even can do that. Because that is coming back. That is coming back. That shit is coming back in a worser form right now. In a worser form. All that shit is coming back in a worser, more powerful form. It is coming back. The cancel culture shit. What is cancel culture? They basically destroy you from making a living. They can destroy you. They can smear your name if they want to. They can do everything they want. I see what you're saying. There's a lot of improvements happening with what you said, but there is a bad thing coming now that's going to change all of that. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing there's bad shit coming that's going to change all of the good stuff you talked about there.
But Vince, if this prediction that you will have, if this doesn't happen, are you going to change your opinion?
Oh, I will be partying. Yes, I will be partying. I'm not even a party guy.
In a year's time, if we're chatting in a year's time and nobody's having to wear what you call the face diaper anymore, and everything's opened back up again, are you going to change your opinion?
Of course. I would be a delusional idiot.
So next year, then we'll make a date. For next year, I'll do another stream for my 56th if I'm still here. I mean, this is the thing about me 55. I never, ever thought I would live to 55. I mean, the things I got up to when I was younger, my dad used to say to me, if you don't calm down like this, you won't see 21. And most of the time, my dad, when he used to predict something, he used to be pretty spot on. And that was sort of like a bit of a wake-up call for me. And I never, ever thought I would hit 55.
Well, that's good. He was wrong. He was wrong, right? He was wrong.
Well, was he wrong? Or was it the fact that I actually... I'll actually listen to his to what he was telling me at the time. I think it was the fact that I probably listened to
maybe it was right. Maybe it was right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'll look back at my youth now and I think back to what I did when I was 17, 18 year old. And I think, honestly, if you know, when you're in the point when you're in bed and you're falling asleep and you've got things running through your mind, and I think about things I did as a kid and I think, God, that was so close.
I know, but
there's one that I did. I'll mention his name anyway because I put this on Facebook. You might see it. A friend of mine when I was growing up was a lad called Derek Halifax, and me and him used to go gull egging on basically on the cliffs at Filey. We used to go collecting gull eggs and used to make omelettes out of them and stuff like that. So I climbed over the cliff, and I'm not joking. It's 300 foot from the top to the bottom. It's a massive cliff, and it's straight down. There's no gradual slope. The bit that I went down was literally from the top to the bottom. And I went over, and I'm holding on to the side of the cliff, and I'm collecting these gull eggs and passing them up to him. And I passed them up, and when I got to the top, I got hold of the grass at the top, and as I got hold of it, it came away in my hands. And I was in that position there where I was going, and he was laid on his stomach collecting the eggs off me, and he just grabbed me by my shirt and pulled me back in, and I climbed back up. I think about that now, and I just think, my God, if he hadn't grabbed hold of me, I would literally have gone 300 foot straight down to the rock.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah,
but
things like that I used to do, but at the time, we laughed about it. It was funny at the time, and I think about it now, and I think that wasn't funny. That was bloody serious. If
I know,
I would have been dead.
But in a way, it's still sort of natural, because when we're young, we are living that kind of a wild.
Yeah, you think you're invincible.
Yeah, but it comes with the territory of being young. And of course, now when you look at it, you're like, what the fuck did I do?
Yeah.
But at that time, it wasn't as crazy as maybe you're seeing it now, even though it was crazy. Well, you know what I mean? Like when you're young, you're just a little bit crazier. It comes with the territory. And when we get older, we get wiser. And we don't.
That's the perception of what the brain happens to have. Is a scientific fact that the cerebrum that surrounds your brain is the last thing that forms, and it doesn't fully form until it's 25. And that is the thing that has the synapses connecting together, which is right or wrong, should I take that chance or not? And usually with young people, hey, I'm fast, I'm strong, I'm going to take that chance. However, when you are that young, you're experimenting and doing alcohol, maybe drugs even, or whatever, and it prohibits that growth of that outer layer that protects the brain. That also tells you to not pull out in front of that other car, because you might stall, you know, it might be slippery, you might not make it, that sort of thing. So, you know, you have to take all these things into consideration. The perceptions of the brain are inherently what we are as humans, and we have to study these things before we make any absolute conclusions of any of these arguments that we're having, even right now, you know, with these conversations and stuff.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I mean, that's why I think it's so important for young people, especially kids, that they do not see something or some things until a certain age, because what do they call it? The formative years. The formative years, when you're like 0 to 7 or 9, I don't know whatever you go through, the experiences you go through, that will be like solidified in you in a hard way, like. And I believe what they're doing today with young people, I don't think it's going to be healthy for them.
Are you talking about the same where it's basically give me the child until he's 7 and I will show you the man?
Yeah. You can form them.
Yeah, up to the age of 7.
Pretty much that's called indoctrination.
You can influence that child.
Yeah, and
to be clear, let me make a point. All indoctrination is not bad. Think of, do you guys remember Schoolhouse Rock?
Yes.
Sounds familiar.
I still remember conjunction junction. What's your function? Working up cars and making a sentence. That repetitive thing helps me write English better. It's indoctrination that was actually good.
Yes.
So all indoctrination, the word indoctrination has a bad connotation to it.
Yeah.
It's just there is good and bad indoctrination. It's just you have to pick and choose according to your beliefs and your mentality, which is good compared to value of synonymousness of actual good and forward movement in the mind of that child.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. Because you can indoctrinate somebody to becoming a genius if you do the right things. You know, let them experience the right stuff. You know, let them be exposed to the right stuff. You can become a fucking Einstein or something, or a super genius in something. Or you can create a monster as well.
You can, yeah.
You can create a deranged person as well, and because they're like a blank slate, they're like a blank paper slate, you know. So absolutely, I agree. Absolutely, that's good. That's good. More people need to, you know, learn about that. That indoctrination itself doesn't have to be by default bad, and also that is why I'm bothered with today, because today it feels like, and I'm not a parent, but it feels like parents these days, they don't have full control over the indoctrination of their child. Like, they can't mold their kid in the way they want to, because it feels like today the kids are getting formed by the schools or the media, social media and shit. Like, the kids should not be on the internet until a certain age. They should not have the smartphone until a certain age, because I've also heard that there are kids.
I agree.
You know, there are parents.
I agree with that one.
Yeah, there are parents giving a fucking iPad to a 3-year-old, and I've been hearing that, you know, they lose their depth thing in their vision because of the screen. I don't know what.
Perception. Depth of perception.
Yeah, depth perception. Yes, thank you. Yes, because I don't know, something happens when they just look at that fucking screen and they don't interact with the real world. You know, there's all kinds of bad shit with this, and this is untested territory. Like, this generation that grows up with these phones, we don't know what will happen to them. They might go genius, or they might be completely robots when they grow up. We don't know. And we're not allowed to even question this. We're not even allowed to have a discussion about this. Like, hold on, what are we doing here? You know, what, we don't even know how this affects the future generations. You know what I'm saying? There's no.
I would disagree that we're not allowed to have a discussion about it. I think that what you've just mentioned there has been discussed quite a lot, and it's been discussed even on the media. Discusses exactly the same thing about children being exposed to electronic devices at an early age. That's part of mainstream media. That tells you exactly the same thing.
Okay,
what you just said there, I've heard it virtually the same thing said on the mainstream news, that children shouldn't be. You should restrict the screen time of a child. You shouldn't allow them to be on the devices from the moment they get home from school to the moment they go to bed. You also shouldn't allow them to have the devices access to it all the time, because basically they're waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning and going onto these electronic devices. But that's up to the parents to restrict the amount of screen time that they have. That's not been stopped.
If that's true, I haven't seen that enough, frankly.
Well, it's something that's mentioned quite a lot over here, that that children are spending too much time on electronic devices, and that parents should be restricting the time that they're on it. My daughter does exactly the same thing. My daughter will not let her son spend all day long on his iPad type device. I don't know what he's got, but some sort of iPad type device. They only allow him a certain amount of time on it. And what, like I suggested to the daughter, is instead of allowing him to have games on that aren't going to teach him anything, is to download games like mathematical games, which he's got to basically solve a mathematical puzzle to progress in the game. Now that's fine, because he's learning maths at the same time that he's doing it. So
you know what the problem is?
Play these games that teach him maths.
That's good, but I have a problem with one thing. You know, when we were young, and like really young, like kids, we got amazed by objects and stuff, and lights and stuff. Now I can only imagine if I was 2 or 3 years old and I saw a smartphone doing all of the things it does, I would be hooked on that and ignore pretty much everything else in favor of this magical thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would be hooked into this. And the problem with this I have is when we were young, even at my time, we got bored and we went to the woods and we had to come up with things to do to entertain us. And I think that is actually healthy to do stuff like that, to be bored and stuff like that. Because if you come out of the womb and instantly got this smartphone that has endless of entertainment for you, I'm thinking you're gonna lose some part of your brain, or
to a certain degree you are going to do.
Individuality.
I think the problem is as well is a lot of parents probably use electronic devices like that as a way of entertaining the kids, so that parents don't actually have to spend time interacting with the children, because
I know, but that's not good. You know why?
Do it for them.
You know why? Oh wait, I missed the point. You know, when we were bored as youngins, what did you need to do? You start to need to become creative. Like, okay, can I play with this rock or stick, or can I build a little thing there? I think that actually starts to what do you say? It starts your creative brain to form.
Yeah,
because,
it gets you thinking.
Yeah. But if you are not needing to become creative because the phone is giving you all the entertainment you ever want.
You're getting all the stimulation that you require from the device, rather than getting the stimulation for things that you've thought up. Yes.
Yeah. And then your brain will then your brain will just say, well, I guess we don't need to. Right? I guess we don't need to create this creative side in the brain, because we don't have the necessity. What is it? Necessity. We don't have the necessity for this.
Necessity.
You know? Necessity.
Oh, I'm doing it now too.
Necessity? Is it necessity or necessity? Necessity. Necessity.
Necessity.
Yeah, you understand what I'm saying. That's the most important part.
Yeah, we understand.
Necessity. Yeah, necessity. Yeah. You know, and I think that's a huge problem because that's a big part of what makes us human, I would say. Our creative fucking side. You know, that the artistic whatever side of us. Because you have the right side and the left side. The left side I would call is the robotic side. The left side. And I think that is the only one that would
You understand. You're beginning to understand. Okay.
Am
I have a series of short stories.
Okay.
That I've included lesson plans in, and it is my bulk of my box set of lesson content in human mentality and evolution of the mind. What we can do to overcome these things in society now that stifle us as human beings to becoming something better. And this is the thing that I
back in a minute. 2 minutes.
Started my. We'll see you in a minute. These are the things that I have discovered scientifically myself through research and many other people. I've picked out the best of the best for research for about the past 4 lifetimes and written about it, about the human mentality and the mysticism in it and how we can shed it and go for the reality, things like that. So you're right about the left side and the right side. What we have is the left side of the brain is the logical side of the brain. And the right side of the brain is the dream state or imaginatory daydreaming. I'm imagining something really cool scenario kind of thing, you know, and the left side of the brain is like, how can I calculate that into realistic blocks of math, activities, goal setting steps, all this stuff. Okay, this is called bicameral mentality. Research, Julian Jaynes, what college did he go to? Julian Jaynes, anyway, and the study of the bicameral mind.
Is he on YouTube?
I think so. I think some of it is, but you know, this is like 100-year-old information.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter how old.
He talked about you know, the mystical side of the brain could not connect with the logical side of the brain and come together. So we have this bicameral mind, the two minds that do not come together. Either you're thinking logically one part, or you're thinking in a dream state in the other part, but they cannot take the perceptions and turning them into conceptions, into reality, and building something better. And I'm sorry, but religion and faith and all that stuff stifles and put a stop sign in front of those two halves of the brain coming together in order to have non-bicameral thinking and integrated thinking to consider your dreams and everything coming true, and things in society and things that you measure and all the arguments that you hear, all that stuff, and putting into a logical format how to actually advance them forward. Not the ego, it throws it right out the window. Not the self-satisfaction, it throws it out the window. But the problem that is from the one side of the dream state of the mind, and the solution from the logical state of mind come together and integrate those thoughts in order to step into the next evolutionary stage of the mind that mankind is inevitable to have. And if you don't believe, look at how we've done it already so far.
You know, what you talked about reminded me of a thing. You know, this guy, David Icke. You might laugh about this guy if you know about who he is.
Yes, I know David.
I know him.
Yeah, but fuck the laughter. He said a really interesting thing regarding.
Still, continue.
Yeah, he said a really interesting thing regarding these two things. Like he calls it the heart and the mind, but I believe he's talking about the left side and the right side of the mind. He says the mind is always going to say, no, that sounds like a stupid idea. Don't do that. That's a stupid idea. But the heart wants to do it. But the mind doesn't trust the heart. But he says like this. Right. He's like, once you follow your heart, truly follow your heart, and it actually, you succeed in what you wanted to do when you did that. If you do that enough, the mind eventually, this is what he says, the mind eventually will start to learn, like, okay, when I follow the heart, it does seem to it does seem to give some success. Like, the more you do that and the more success you have with the heart, the mind eventually will be like, okay, I'm going to start to listen more to the heart because it has turned out to be, a good thing. And he says, when you do that, eventually they will come together. And I don't know. What do you think about that, Randy? What do you think about that? Because the mind will always be critical.
I think it's a very similar conversation, except for he still has a lot of mysticism talk in all of his stuff. The first thing you have to do, in my opinion, is take that off to the side, and that statement is true. That statement is true. And here's the reason why. The logical thing is the things that we compute in our mind to become something better on the left side of our brain is something of a remnant of the child of the past that we have killed off.
Yeah.
That we want to revive so bad and do what we love to do instead of what we're told to do.
Yeah.
So therefore, the two halves of the mind. Look at the name above my head.
Harmonic.
For instance,
Man.
I love harmonica more than anything right now. And Paul knows I've had plenty of demonstrations. It's my life. It's what people know me as. It's my persona. I am the harmonica man. Okay, that it is one thing in my persona, not my given name. It's me. It's part of me. I'm Randy, the harmonica man, because I am following the child of the path dreams logically to study these things with the left side of the brain, how to make the dreams of the right side of the brain come true.
Yeah.
I first manifest them in one side of the brain, and I conceptualize what steps to take in order to make it come true in the left. That's how it's done.
Yeah, I agree. Like they work together. You try to make them work together instead of, being against each other, right?
Yes.
You need to use both of them to get that harmony, right? You need to use both of them. But that's the key, though. That's what everybody wants to learn about, right? To get these two working together. So how do we do that? How do we do that?
You do not need external guidance. You need discipline, self-discipline. You do not need something else giving you authority to do so. You are already the number one authority in your own life. Here's an old phrase. It's an old actor's phrase. Being an actor and being in a movie myself, I know. Do you want to be the secondary character in your own life, or do you want to be the hero in your own life?
The hero.
Yeah.
The hero, without a doubt.
This is what I teach. I've been doing this for many years.
Yeah, so basically what you're saying
I can help
is
anybody out, and it does not take
control of your own life.
one bit.
No, I believe you. It sounds very
interesting. Take control of your own life and not expect an external entity that is going to control your life or to give you things in your life. You only get things in your life if you go out and get them yourself. It's all right having wishes or praying for this, that, and the other. The only way that them things are going to come to
you got to go get it. You got to do it.
You do it yourself. It's like these people get off drugs or get off alcohol and things like that, and they'll say, God saved me or whatever. No, they didn't.
Yeah.
Take credit for what you did yourself. You did it yourself. You're the one who needs to take credit for your own life, and also you've got to take the credit for the failings in your life as well. And unless you can take that attitude, you will never ever progress any further, because all you're going to do is just going to live your life on wishes, which is it's fine to have wishes, but you've got to take the steps yourself to fulfill them wishes. Just like Harmonica Man has just said itself, Randy, his life has been playing the harmonica. That's what he is. That's what we all know him as, is the Harmonica Man, and that's what he does. Same with me. As a young child, I always dreamt about flying. All my dreams as a young child, I always used to be able to fly as a young child. As I got older, it was something that I thought was completely out of my grasp. That happened to other people. It didn't happen to me until the opportunities came along, and I took them, and I learned to fly. And that's what everyone's got to do in their own life, is take stock of their own life have a focus in life. That's what life's about, is having a focus. If you've got a focus in life and something that you would like to do, go for it. You don't fail. You can't fail in life. If you fail something, you only fail when you give up. If you don't give up and you keep trying and trying and trying, you will get what you want. And that's how I've always lived my life. I don't class, if I take a test or an exam in something and I fail it, I don't class that as a fail. I'll just do it again and again, and eventually you will pass. You fail yourself by giving up and not doing the next one.
Failures are gifts. If you
So
really,
we come to full circle as agreement and being gentlemen and human. We've just come full circle in our conversations and what we've come to know as being human. This is what we are as men.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Randy. But in our society today, though, it seems like we've been becoming dominated by the left side now. Like the left side brain seems to be dominating our world, sort of. Because you said it, I think you said it, we're losing individuality. Would you say individuality comes from the right side? The right side of the brain. I'm feeling the right side of the brain is getting, what do you say? Less and less. Like, you know, it's more the left side now, and there is no harmony or balance. It ain't like this. It's like this, you know, and it's getting worse. It's getting like this. Almost no right side left.
Yeah.
And also,
well, it's because the studies have changed. They do not teach critical thinking like they used to with the what do you call it? The lecture method. Not standing in front of a classroom of college students and lecturing them, and having them taking notes. But the lecture method of how to think instead of what to think used to be in like the 1800s and early 1900s. They used to teach you how to think in order to use your brain to calculate all these different things and read on your own and figure these things out. Nowadays, they give you a curricula in order to give you factoids to remember in order to pass a test.
Yeah.
And the reason why you pass the test is to get to a certain level to become employable by the people, like you said, the elite, to work for.
Yeah.
That is why education today, it wasn't invented that way, but it was manipulated in the past 100 years to be that way as soon as banking became the new industry that controls all.
Yeah.
So they needed to figure out a way to have the servant class be willing servants to their own slavery.
Exactly, and that's why I'm talking about them making us more stupid, because the more stupid you are, the easily it is to control you. If you're not stupid, you see exactly what they're doing.
I agree.
They're like, you know, and that's
I know, because I have lots of relatives who are stupid.
Yeah, me too. Yes, I got that too. Yes, I know what you're saying. Yeah. Yes. I mean, it's intelligence. I'm talking real intelligence is very scarce. You can say scarce now. Scarce.
Well, I would say that intelligence is a very hard thing to measure, because if you can have somebody that goes to university and goes all the way through university and it comes out with a degree. So you've got somebody who we would class as where we live, a very intelligent person. And then you take that person and drop them in the middle of the jungle. They're going to be dead in 2 days. Now, you take somebody from the jungle who lives in the jungle all the time, who a lot of people would class as an unintelligent person. Now, he knows where to find the water, he knows where to find the food. In his environment, to us, is extremely intelligent. So how do you actually measure intelligence? I think it's something that's very difficult to measure because it depends on what environment you're in. Like I say, you take the most intelligent person that passes university today, just drop him in the middle of a jungle, and he's dead in 2 days. You take somebody who is from that jungle, who's got no education whatsoever. Now, is he unintelligent? No, he's not. He's very intelligent because he'll be the one that survives. You won't be.
Yeah, he got like experience, you know. He got real life experience whilst
he became the leader of his tribe.
Which is intelligence. Which is intelligence.
Yes, and those other ones, just like Randy said, they are more like a USB drive. They you know, copy what the teachers want them to copy onto their USB drive, and then they spit it out, and then they will graduate, and then they might work in an area that uses the information they have, you know, took to their USB drive. I don't know if I call that really intelligence. Maybe you call that smart.
Inquisitive Quandary just jumped
Here's the thing.
Inquisitive Quandary, if you jump on the link above, if you'd like to jump in, jump in.
Yes, right.
It's just wish me happy birthday. Inquisitive
Yes,
Quandary.
please do. We would love to have you part of this conversation because it is very interesting to us.
Yes.
Okay, now let's go back to my last stream, the nature of knowledge. Knowing things. Okay, how do we get to know things? There is knowledge as what we know or what we think we know so far, and there is new knowledge that we create out of these perceptions that we can turn into conceptions of working availability to promote not only our species but our environment around us. So we take these concepts as knowledge based on factual evidence of reality, and then we put them together in integrated thinking and turn them into the concepts in order to build upon. And okay, you know, we know how to, you know, put all these bricks together. Well, why are we putting all these bricks together to make this wall or anything? Because there's a greater concept of the civilization that we need to have protection against the heathens outside that want to steal our corn and peas. You know, things like that. And we're doing this to this very day. The same thing. It's just an alternative thing. Now, think back to the beginning of civilization as we were hunter-gatherers and we turned into agriculture and religion and shamanism, turning into spiritualism, turning into somebody related to the shamanism and spiritual world, to god kings, to religion. All these things are two different halves of the same evolution that we have as human beings. As the mind expands into these conceptualizations of how as we as a society are going to come in together and make things better for all of us. And this is kind of a liberal view, and then it takes, I mean, you're going to have a left and a right side. You're still going to have a bicameral thinking. However, they are still going to be individualistic of how you're going to govern yourself, much less help the rest of the society govern themselves. And as in a conceptualization, have somebody to set the rules for you all to govern yourselves, but that never came to pass. It always came to pass that somebody was either elected or took control by the sword of being in control themselves and being part of this shamanistic spiritual world. I am the God King. you know, I'm connected to the heavens and whatever, and I'm the only one that can have this afterlife, blah, 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 blah. But you will be rewarded the more submissive you are to this system. You'll be rewarded later on. But now you lose your individuality to the cause given to someone else considered greater than you, the same exact human consciousness as you. You cancel yourself out.
Yeah, and the thing about the
get what I'm
government,
saying?
yeah, but at the same time though, there are people that are better on certain things than others. Like there are people born to be leaders and more leaders than others. Would you say that is correct or not? Like, are there people that seem to be more of a leader than others? Because I have to think that there has to be some people that are born a little bit more leaning to the leader side and some a little bit less, because it's like you have a band, you know, you have a group playing and they need an audience. Not everybody can be the band, and not the band cannot be the audience. Like there needs to be, you know, an audience and a band, and there needs to be a leader and a follower and something in between or whatever, or maybe many different
There
leaders.
always needs to be a leader of the band. I get it.
Yeah, right. So government, like a government, I would say, like in the beginning, it was probably a good thing, you know. The problem was when the government starts to work for itself rather than working for the people that created it. Like we would all agree, I would say, that the people created government, right? The people at some point agreed on, like, we need a government. Like let's do a government, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So that would mean the government is created by the people. So if it is created by the people, it should never be above the people like it is today. Today, the government acts like it is our creator. Like it acts like it created us, while it's not that case. It was created by us.
Vince, because in a democratic society, if you've got a government that is like that, then you can vote them out the next time. It's not like they're in power and they can't get out. It's not a communist state. So you can still get rid of the government.
But it is looking less and less like that these days. They are saying this is what's going to be. You have no say in it because we made that decision and you just have to deal with it. And that's not right. That's not
you wouldn't
right.
have to deal with it because the next time you would just vote them out and vote somebody else in who's going to make different changes.
Yeah, but look, doesn't make any difference. Doesn't make any difference. I mean, the only one I would say, I get a lot of flack for this. I don't give a fuck. I like Trump. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I like Trump because he appeared to be not like the rest of them. But look at what happened with him. He got destroyed and still gets destroyed even when he's not even in office. Anyways, I'm not going to go into Trump, but I'm just saying.
Everyone does that in a leadership position.
What do you mean?
Everyone. President of the United States has every one of them has had bad things said about them constantly. The only difference is with Trump, he wanted attention daily and he lied daily. The difference is that even though he's out of office and everything, it's just, you know, it's just kind of, it's continuing on, but it's pretty much mellowing out, you know, the chaos anyway.
Oh wait, I understand what you're saying. Like Bush took a lot of flack and Obama took flack, and you know, I agree with that. But you can't say they took as much flack as this guy did. I mean, as soon as he went into office, January 20th of 2017, they were already talking about we have to impeach him. Like straight from the get-go. Like, listen, I've followed Trump for a long time. I've compared.
Here's the
I think
reason
he
why.
He also encouraged a lot of the flack that he got himself.
Because he's not an ordinary politician.
Yes,
he's actually what we wanted.
No, it's because he's a fascist. When he makes laws saying go get, yes, he is. When people say stop killing me, and he says they are terrorists, go get them. That means he's a Nazi.
No, where do you
Trump
get that
is
from?
a white supremacist fascist.
No,
He is.
that we disagree on that. Listen, I'm a Persian.
No. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me.
I'm listening to you, but he's not. Yes.
I am in society of I am a teacher of leaders. Most of the people in Washington studied under my tutelage. Trump was one of them. He was such an asshole that I had him kicked out of the society.
You had him
because
kicked?
of his selfishness. Yes, I did.
How did you? How?
And that's one of the reasons why I'm impoverished right now.
Okay.
I'm not kidding.
Listen, I don't know what
I'm not some.
I don't know what that deal is.
Slouch.
I don't know what that deal is, but I'm just saying
he is wrong.
That's not from my view. Maybe from your view. From my view, he is the only thing that can change what's going on. No, I'm just saying because he was not what I believe he was not like them. That's why they hated him. All of them. Look at Biden. Come on, man.
Oh, hey, I agree. I agree. The status quo needed to fall. And Biden now is a reproach of the status quo. He's not even a far left. He's a moderate at best. And,
he's a
and it's the status quo that he want. Well, I disagree because I don't know anything about it. But anyways, he's Trump's not. Come on, give me.
Do you believe he's the most popular president in terms of votes in the history of the United States?
Who?
Biden.
No, it was probably the best out of a bad bunch. That's what got him. Trump.
No, wait. No.
It was the best out of the two.
No, Biden. The numbers did. Biden won by a fraction. By a slight fraction.
No, that's not what they're saying. They're saying they say he won by 81
of course not,
million.
because the conspiracy theorists.
No, the media. The media says he won by.
Always say that. Well, because it's the opposite. Well, the thing of it is, with the information, anybody will believe anything that's said.
Hold on, Randy. This is the media.
It doesn't matter which side.
No. Wait. The media says he got 81 million votes, and Trump got 74. Okay, making Biden the most popular president ever, like making him have 11 or 12 or 13 million votes more than Obama had in his first in his first attempt. Come on, man. Nobody's buying that shit. Nobody. Just go watch his White House YouTube videos. His dislike ratio is crazy. He has, on some videos, he has like 80.
IQ has something to say.
Who's it? IQ.
Conduit's turned up.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello, IQ.
Paul, Randy, we've all met. Music analyst. I don't believe that we've ever met. Hello.
I don't think so. Hello to you.
Don't let the IQ lead me off in a wrong direction. I'm not that full of myself. I focus more on emotional intelligence than cognitive. Just wanted to lay that out there. I'm no genius.
Well, don't say that. Who knows? Maybe you are. Just if you say you're not, though, you might be limiting yourself from that.
Just me. Whether I can measure myself to anybody else's cognitive abilities, I guess, is irrelevant.
Hey, you got a queue over there. That's good.
It does allow me to slip into, QAnon chats and stuff like that, completely unquestioned.
Yeah. They're like, it's cute.
They do not own that letter.
Benjamin, turn the music off. Benjamin, turn the music off, or I'll remove you off the stream.
It's a
I'll
troll.
remove you. Last chance.
That a troll?
Possibly. Benjamin, if you've got anything to say, say it. But don't just
Or
play
that,
music.
or that was his only way to communicate. Like that's his only. Oh, God.
Well, that was something.
That was the first time. I've never seen that happen. That's fucked up.
Well, moving on then.
That's fucked up because if they do that, they can't bring his live stream down. That's fucked up. That's why it's hard to what do you say? It's hard to filter these trolls.
I know.
How would you know? How would you know?
We've been on nearly 3 hours and then we get that.
That's some fucked up stuff. But what can
Probably
we
on
do?
all my time, all the time I spend on YouTube, that's the first time I've actually seen that happen.
Right? What the fuck? Me too. I've never seen that happen.
No, I've not.
Everybody worries about it, but then
I'm just hoping that doesn't get this totally kicked off now.
That's a shame. Maybe we can edit that out somehow.
Well, it happened. That's
I
the last time I can
apologize.
say
I
that.
just missed
So.
part of the conversation.
Yeah, you missed something. You missed something.
What happened that we're not aware that used to happen? First time.
Yeah, we got a call that came in, and when they came in, they just played music, and I basically said to them, "If you stop playing the music, if you've got something to add to the conversation, speak." And then they put some sort of like porn clip on, and I had to kick it off.
It's not sort of. They put porn in. It's like, there's no denying.
Yeah, that was a.
So I missed out on the good shit.
Yeah, that was really the only thing you should have been there for. That little 5 seconds.
I do suppose, depending on what your thing is.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. What your preference
To each their own. But anyway, moving on.
Okay, IQ. You said you're.
IQ, I want to hear your opinion on this conversation.
Well,
you said
I
you
don't know
know.
how much I missed. You guys were. I was backstage for a few minutes before I had to pop back into the YouTube chat to let you know that I was hanging out back there. You were talking about Trump for a minute there. It's as much as I can agree with Randy, because I'm not a fan of the man. Before he became president, he was just another millionaire / billionaire, whatever, kind of aristocrat type, guy, rich asshole. Just that type of person. I didn't know him. I've never met him personally. I can't tell you if he was a good guy, bad guy. All I know is, he was a rich guy, owned a lot of buildings. No need to really dig into the man's personal history. Then he becomes president. And what I can tell you, at least forming in my own opinion, it's a bit rough to come out to somebody who does appreciate the man's work and to use the word fascist. As much as I could agree with that on many levels, you're going to get a complete brick wall built in between you and that person if you use that word to try to describe him. I can, however, call him an opportunist. Number one, you do not get that rich in his line of work keeping your nose clean. He's a risk taker. And that's not always a marker of a bad person, but his behavior throughout the past few years. Though I do agree that the status quo does need to come down and a lot of things need to change. But I didn't see one shred of evidence that showed that he was genuine in wanting to change things for the better.
Well, how could you?
He's a selfish person.
No, wait. How could you see the changes he did? Because the media that pretty much hates him, they never show you what he did. They never show you what he did. All they was doing is smearing him 24/7, still doing it. He's fucking terminated from the internet. He's not even allowed to be on Twitter, Spotify, Spotify, Instagram, Periscope, YouTube, you name it. He's banned for life. Now, I don't care what you think about this man, but if you can't see the problem in that, then, I don't know how to help you. Because if they can do that to him, trust me, they will do that to you because you're a peasant and so am I in their eyes.
Oh, well, yeah, no arguments there.
Yeah. So
but the reason why I'm not banned for life
is because
my behavior.
Yes, you behave. Yes.
And granted, I am nowhere in the stretch of the imagination anything remotely resembling a public figure. I do not make the calls that he does. He was behaving like a child in many aspects. I'm sure I can't say that every single thing he did was terrible and idiotic, because there's got to be several things that he did that ended up being more beneficial than harm in the long run. But there's so many actions that he took, even by selecting Pence. He's not a religious man. You could tell, like, his entire behavior before becoming president, he took a total 180 spin to leash out to a demographic that he knew wanted and needed the support. And Pence was the perfect person to help usher him into that role.
I don't like Pence. He's fake. In my eyes, he's fake. I don't know why he was his vice president. But anyways, when it comes to the religion
was it
part,
the fly in his head? Is that what did it?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, that made some delightful memes, but
it was before the fly. It was before the fly. He's just the way he behaves, the way he talks. He talks like a real actor puppet. We have to. He talks like this, sort of like the other previous presidents, like Obama. Well, we will do this. That's bullshit. Nobody behaves like that. And that's why I love Trump, because he is real in the way he behaves. Just look 40 years back. 40 years back, you can see video of him. He's exactly the same guy. Exactly. And they used to love him before he went to run for president. They used to love him. They used to love that guy. But all of a sudden, when he starts to ruffle the feathers, what do you say? Ruffle the whatever you say.
His term was drain the swamp. But
yes, and he did try to do that. I still think he's trying to do it still. Listen, this ain't over.
The problem is the actions that he took dug a deeper swamp. It was not draining the swamp of people that were corrupt. He created more corruption.
He
fuck
exposed.
Out. And it's a
Randy.
Randy,
he exposed it.
Yes, that's our reality.
He exposed.
No. He didn't expose anything.
Yes, he did.
He exposed a few people. But what he did is give himself and all his people and all his followers the right to act even shittier, to take over power and be even more corrupt. He didn't drain any swamp. He created a bigger swamp.
Okay, let me tell you what it is.
Everybody in America knows it.
Okay, let me tell you what it. No, there's a lot of people that
they
love
don't
him,
give a shit. They want that bigger swamp so they can have something for themselves and to help their enemies. That's the problem.
Take it easy with the emotions. Take it easy. Hold on. Let me tell you what he did. He exposed the fake news.
Oh, no, I'm not emotional. I'm drunk. Two different things.
Okay. He exposed the fake news. Before Trump, people did not even know about fake news. Before Trump, people didn't even know about fake news. Thanks to Trump, whatever it is, thanks to Trump, now people know about fake news. People know that CNN is full of shit.
No, they don't.
Many people do.
Anybody who was his enemy was fake news. Anybody who supported him was the right news. And that is a bias that is fake.
They protect Biden.
He didn't say, okay, that's fake news. And he said it over and over and over again. Well, that's fake news because it doesn't agree with me.
No,
that's what the media did. And he did this for 4 years.
Hold
4
on, Randy.
years he
I
said
got
the
something.
same thing.
Randy,
Even if
Randy,
they
I got-
agreed with him, he made a new concept that they were little assholes that wasn't supporting him. And I
How
mean,
much
even
was it,
his
Randy?
right-hand man, Pence, his followers, decided to raid the goddamn building and say, let's hang Pence. That was on his right-hand man, the vice president. Trump
Those
is
who
a
went in-
liar.
those who
Everything
went
he
into the-
said was full of shit.
No. Those who
Reality
went.
does not matter when it comes to what Trump said it was. Trump's a fucking idiot.
I mean, he did not
He's
expose
a
fake
fucking
news.
idiot, and just because
I
he
think
says it doesn't mean he's exposing something. He's making it up, just like the rest of his life.
I mean,
He's a
20th and 21st century media is founded on sensationalism. It's like pointing at the forest and saying, look, a tree. Of course there's fake news out there. Of course there's shit that's embellished and doctored up a little bit to give you a little bit of sensation because everybody wants ratings. Everybody wants
Yeah,
views.
but it
and it's a
wasn't
fucked up
known.
system. He didn't
It wasn't-
expose fake news. He
Yeah.
created
In
a
the
lot of it
general-
himself.
This was.
In the general, no. Oh, okay. Let me just pull out a new, very beautiful discovery that came just a week ago or something during the impeachment.
Is this a
number 2.
vagina? Because if it's not a vagina story, I'm not interested.
No, we can hook you up. We can hook you up with the troll that came up with the porn stuff.
There's been enough genitals in this stream already, man.
All right.
During the impeachment, they got exposed. You all remember the Charlottesville thing that they had on Trump all these years. They said, see, Trump supports white supremacies because he said there's good people on both sides. You remember that? Well, they never showed the full clip of that. Okay? In the impeachment, Trump's defense actually got to show the full clip, which showed that was a lie that they spinned on Trump with the Charlottesville thing. I can pull it up next time if we do it next time. I can pull that shit up to show you guys just one of the fake news they had on him. This guy ain't a racist. Listen, this guy, you know what? One of the indication of somebody being real is being spontaneous. This guy is one of the most spontaneous guys ever I've seen. When he speaks, he's spontaneous. And how do you fake spontaneous? How can you fake that? You know, how do you fake being spontaneous? Can you do that? Hard.
Well,
Very hard.
I mean, it's spontaneity. It's unrehearsed. It's it's just, and also most important to this, it's unfiltered.
Yes, and that is
the
what he
man
is.
lacks a filter. Particularly.
I don't care. Yeah,
It's a lot of different comments and suggestions and stuff.
It's good.
Well, the
You know
thing
why?
is-
Because
the
then you
thing
can
is,
see what he is.
He has no consistency because he even lies to himself about what the hell he believes. He doesn't stick to anything unless it's in the moment to serve himself.
Hold on. That's not true. He's been consistent in his behavior throughout most of his career. We can watch back in the 80s. He's
I
exactly
agree.
the
He's
same.
a dipshit through and through.
Oh, he's really, really a cool dude. Listen, I like Freddie Mercury, Michael Jackson, and Donald J. Trump. These are my three favorite people throughout my whole life. I never thought I would like Trump. I did not know that much about him until I started to look into him, really look into him for real. This guy is a genius. And wait, Randy, before you go, TDS, take it easy. Sometimes
I didn't
Randy,
say anything. If you got a guilty conscience of what you said, that's on you, buddy.
No. I'm just saying if he wants to do that. Sometimes, since he
If
got
genius
all of
equals
the
dummy, okay.
he's very genius. Listen, he got all of the media against him. So sometimes he need to set them up. And that means lying sometimes. Sometimes he have to say something that takes the media to go over there and make a story about that. Like he's playing what they say is 5D chess. To you, it looks like he's lying. And he is lying in a way because he needs to divert the media a certain place because they are against him. There's no denying in this that they are against him. Okay, they are really against him. So therefore, he knows that. He needs to divert them. And sometimes that means telling something that sounds ridiculous or sounds bad or sounds like a lie because he has to do it that way. He doesn't get a fair share with the media. I never got that. As soon as he started to run as president, he never got a fair share. They wanted Hillary in. They wanted Hillary in because they wanted the same business as usual. They wanted the same business as usual with Biden. Yeah, status quo. They wanted the same status quo. And somehow they didn't get that. And in return, they're trying to do the Russia hoax thing. Took them 2.5 years and they didn't produce shit. Didn't produce shit. That guy, Bob Mueller, said in the beginning, he said, like, we have substantial evidence. And I was like, yeah, why did it take you 2.5 years? Why didn't you just throw it out there if you had it? And it took 2.5 years and he still didn't have it. And they tried to impeach him with a Ukraine call, which was bullshit. I've seen the real call, by the way. Adam Schiff, the guy in Congress, was totally making up his speech. Totally making up his speech. And the impeachment, they didn't have any evidence. And the second impeachment, they actually got destroyed. They doctored tweets. They doctored tweets and shit on Trump to get him impeached this time. But they got exposed. And Trump used their media to display the truth. That was a genius move. Trump actually got CNN to play the Charlottesville videos in full and a bunch of other stuff, expose them of doctoring shit. So do not underestimate this guy. He's a real genius. I know it sounds ridiculous, but this guy knows what he's doing. And he's one man taking on the world.
Okay.
I've never seen a strong man like that.
Now let me ask you this. What is the one thing that a mountain shows?
A mountain?
Everybody
high.
can see it, right?
Yes, it's high.
Yes, everybody can see it for miles around. So
Yes.
where is the mountain of evidence against the Democrats in their case that everybody was talking about that was never shown to be in reality, that was all made up? Mountains are things that everyone can see, and yet it never showed up in our reality. That's because the Trump administration and the religious people making things up along the way just to have an enemy to attack, because it's always oh my God, we're persecuted because we're not allowed to persecute other people. And then Trump jumped on the bandwagon with that. And the whole presidency was about poor me. Everybody's not with me. And now the Democrats are up to this and up to that. And the conspiracy theorists, all these things that you're talking about came from QAnon and other things like that. That was never shown at all. No evidence whatsoever. And it doesn't mean the media is automatically all wrong because they don't agree with it. The rest of the world seen what Trump said himself coming right out of his mouth and said, well, somebody else set him up and did it. Oh, bullshit. He did it himself. Bullshit.
No, it's not from
How
QAnon.
the hell is it going
This
to
is
be
not from
everybody
QAnon.
else's fault that, because Trump is... Let me explain something. Trump was never there to be your mini-me Jesus.
I don't think he was supposed to be Jesus, but he really was.
Well, then there's no reason to exalt him as such. There's
I'm
no
not
reason
saying
to
he is.
exalt him.
I'm
He
not
did
saying-
stir
Fine
the pot.
line
He
between
did stir the
brilliance
pot,
and
and he did
boldness.
expose a lot of shit.
He did. He did. He exposed. Listen, he not only. I know you don't think he did, but I believe he exposed fake news. But he also exposed a bigger thing than fake news. He exposed the big tech tyranny, censorship. He was the sacrificial goat or lamb, whatever you say. He actually got banned everywhere. And by that, people got to see, oh shit, they can actually permanently close you out through the internet. Whoa. Wait a minute. If they can do it to the president, of course they will be able to do it to me. And that is super big deal. That is a super big deal. That wouldn't have happened if Hillary...
Answer me this.
Huh?
If that were true, then why did all the richest people in the world walk away with $3.5 trillion of America's money, and the citizens themselves were told you only get $600 because if you get any more, you will lose the incentive to work for us, the people who is taxing you for working for us and enslaving you. If this thing that you're saying is true, then why the hell did all those people that he's bitching about exposing actually walk away with the money that he gave to them? How the hell is that possible? That you can have two opposite and equal things be the same thing in order for him to be the hero. He's not. He's a thief.
Wait, take it easy. Wait. You're talking about Congress, right? That made those COVID bills and shit to other countries. To other countries,
No,
they gave like...
I'm talking about the billionaires and businessmen like Amazon and all the others who got gigantic payoffs, fired all their workers anyways, told them that if they say anything about COVID that they're fired and it's going to run rampant through our ranks anyways, keep on working, and who gives a shit about the damn people, because Trump is going to make us little freaking gazillionaires and we get tax breaks, while in a couple of years the citizens themselves get to pay for all this shit, and for the next 5 goddamn generations they're going to be enslaved to this debt that us rich people have stolen right directly from them. So how the hell is Trump going to be the hero while he is the thief? The snake oil salesman is not going to be the savior, no matter how much you want to dissect it and say so. No matter how.
All right, relax. Take it easy. Relax.
Now,
listen.
Somebody come by and pull my finger. I've had beans for dinner, for Pete's sakes, and schnapps.
Relax. Wait. He was against these bozos. Jeff's bozos. Jeff Bezos.
Go ahead.
The Amazon.
Sorry.
The Amazon guy, Jeff Bezos. Mark Zuckerberg, the other guy, Jack Dorsey. Listen, wait, hold on.
His name is Bezos, but I like the way you say bozo.
Jack Bezos, yes. Yeah, he was against them. Listen, he talked bad about Jeff Bezos, that he had these tax cuts and this. Wait, hold on. I just have to say this. He didn't have full control. He's still just one dude, okay? It's not as easy as it sounds like to just cut their, throw them out or stop them. This is a complex fucking system that has been built for God knows how long.
I know what you're saying, yes.
Yeah, so he can't just go and pull the plug there and pull. Yeah, I know, but he can't just do that. He needs to, strategically do it, because they don't want to give up their positions and privileges and all that. Plus, they own the media. Come on, Randy, you can't tell me they're not in cahoots with each other. The media covers Bozo's ass and what is his name, Mark Zuckerberg's ass, and Jack's ass.
I agree. They have investments in all of it.
Yes, so that means if Trump tries to take them down, the media will do their work, their part to combat that, which they did, because you must remember, one of the biggest forces is the media. Why? Because the media has so much influence and reach until there's a point where they will lose this. If they get exposed enough, like if they get caught with enough lies, their power will fall. But not until that, they will still be in power. So he has to combat Jeff Bezos and all of these fuckers and the media, which is their, their little, I don't know what you call it, their little tool. It's
Except
a big
he
tool.
didn't. He gave them a break so goddamn big they could have 1 million people retire forever.
No,
that's how much money they got. He did not fight them. He supported them.
He's one dude.
He supported the elite.
Dude. No, he did not. Listen, by the way,
no,
it's not over yet.
Not just one dude. All the industries, even the boats that were sitting out there with sick people sitting at the harbor that they wouldn't let in because of COVID.
That was
what do you call it? Like the Disney line and all that. He supported all those, and they don't need to be supported. What the fuck do they got to do with anything other than entertainment? Fuck them. He sent
those boats, those hospital boats to New York, I believe it was, to Cuomo, that guy. And that guy's in huge trouble now. He didn't even use those boats, by the way, that Trump sent them. Listen, wait, hold on. The election was the biggest, I can't say the word, STEAL,
FRA,
ever in history of your country. This was the biggest fucking, you know what, of your country. You basically got a Chinese-owned guy in charge of your country. And I've been hearing that he's been talking about giving China access to your electricity grid, power grid, or some shit like that. I hope that's not true, because that sounds insane. But anyways.
From where? What source? Tell me what source that is.
I don't remember where I was saying. Maybe that's not true. I don't know. But if that's true.
He's admitted this hearsay. Okay, we can move on.
You don't know. Maybe it's not hearsay. Listen, this guy has ties to China, okay? He got ties to China. But let me just say this. They needed to stop Trump from holding rallies, number one, and also have an excuse for why Biden did not have more than 5 people attending his senior citizen's birthday party, which was his rallies. So they needed to stop Trump from having rallies and have an excuse for Biden not having people showing up to his rallies. And also a third excuse to have ballots being able to be sent in. There's a lot of things that was done with the Corini. The Corini was a multifaceted attack from the deep state to take
I don't know
over.
what that is. I studied
that. Yeah, I know. But that was a deep attack. But there's still a chance for the T-Man. It ain't over just yet. There are court cases coming up, and he has proof that they have done this, because they said they have it all on the ballots. The ballots, apparently there are watermarks, sort of like digital watermarks that are connected to quantum fucking, I don't know what. So they know exactly which ballots was real and which was not, and this and that. They got video footage of them closing down the counting in 5 swing states, closing it up, and when they closed it up, T-Man was in the lead in all those 5 states. But then when they pulled it back on, all of a sudden, China Biden was leading. You know, there's a lot of things to this. But it ain't over yet. It ain't over yet. I don't think so. The T-Man is actually speaking this week. The T-Man is speaking this week. He's coming back.
It's never over. It is never over, and it hasn't
Like-
been
like-
for the past 5,000 years, right?
Like life. Listen, Randy, do you think when you
Yeah.
die, what do you think happens? What do you think happens when you die?
Nothing, because
What
I'm
do you-
not going to be there. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure. Well, here's the thing. Everybody gets their body preserved and everything. I'm going to get put in a wood chipper and then turned into fertilizer because it's going to be funny as fuck.
Okay, so you think you are your body? Is that what you think?
Yes. And my
Yes.
answer to
Your
Vince, my answer
consciousness
to that would
is
be,
your brain.
Vince, my answer to that would be, what's it going to be like when I die? It will be exactly the same as it was 150 years ago.
Okay. What
I've
was
spent
it?
more time not existing than I have existing, and when I die, it will be exactly the same.
How do you know that you weren't somebody else before Paul?
Because I've got no memory, of it, so therefore I wasn't anybody.
Yeah, I thought it'd be funny.
Because you didn't have memory of it,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
But again, you don't remember what you did 3 weeks ago. So did that not happen?
No, it did happen.
Okay. So
But if the thing is I remember watching. I don't know if it was something like Quantum Leap or something like that, where there was a guy that had. It might not have been Quantum Leap. It was something similar to that, and basically this guy had died, and it was like he came back as somebody else, but he had his own memories. He still had the memory of his past life, and when at the end of the film, it sort of like passed over where he stayed alive, but his memories of his past life disappeared. And I remember at the time watching it thinking, now it's no longer him. If you lose your past memories of your life, you are no longer you. What makes you is your experiences in life, what you see and what you can remember. That makes you you. So if I was to die tomorrow and be reborn in somebody else's, reincarnated into somebody else, and I've got no memory of my life at all, then it isn't me.
yes, and I agree, but that's not the point. I totally agree with you that you are your experience and your memories and everything that is right now. The point, though, is to see if we are. Wait. The point is to see if we're just souls having different experiences. Like Randy is Randy this time. Maybe he is Sandy next time. Next time, maybe he's Sandy with a lot of hair instead. You know.
This is all an intriguing thought experiment, and we can speculate on things that can be maybe not. The right answer is I don't know. I'm still alive.
Yes, that's true.
I'm not going to ask a police officer what the exact experience it is to be a fireman because he doesn't know. He knows what it's like to be a police officer. Same thing goes for I'm not going to take the testimony of a living person of what happens and what it's like when you're dead.
I agree, but we can have indications of stuff. We can never fully know until it's time, until we face the truth. You know what I'm saying? When we die. Indications, yes. One indication
Once
is
again, speculation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Speculation, indication. Let me say. Let me say.
The language is very, very. It's very specific, and it's very important. Speculation is yes. We can think about this. We can go to clues. We can use philosophy to diverge different logics and stuff like that. To think about what makes the most sense. But you cannot use philosophy to ground something in a physical existence. It's all thought.
Let me see. Let me tell it to you. Maybe it is an indication. You haven't heard what I've said. Maybe it is an indication. Like when you go to sleep, Paul maybe has heard this. When you go to sleep, you are leaving your body. Your body is here, but you are not. And I know maybe Randy will say that's just a trick of the mind. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe you are truly leaving this frequency. You're leaving this frequency with whatever you are, the spirit or soul or whatever the fuck it is. you're having an experience in that dream. You're really thinking you're there. It feels real until you wake up. It feels real until you realize, oh, that was a dream. To me, that is an indication that we are not our body. Because if we can be in another place and it feels real and you don't even remember this life for that moment, that to me is an indication that you are a spirit and you're just having this body right here, right now. It's an experience. Just like you choose a character in a video game. You choose a character in a video game, you play it through until you die, and then you choose another character, and on it goes forever. Forever. It never ends. It's an endless
That's based
experience.
on the assumption that when you go to sleep and you're dreaming, that you leave your body.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
and Vince,
that makes logical sense if you're presupposing that yes, you do leave your body, and that would be a rational thing to think about. Yes, if we leave our bodies when we're sleeping, this other realm could exist because that's rational. But we don't know that we're leaving your body. How do you know? Because it's kind of thinking of it backwards. What if you're still in your mind? Because everything you experience throughout the day is just a reaction. Your senses are just sensing your environment around you, and your brain interprets it. And when you go to sleep, it is your brain replaying that sensation.
Whatever it is, it
your
is
subconscious.
feeling
So
real.
if you don't leave your brain, it's an indication that any thought that there is another realm,
you're dreaming,
is all just in your head.
What about the dreams that you have and you actually know you're dreaming?
Yeah, listen.
Have you ever had a dream where you actually are aware that you are asleep and that it is actually a dream? I've actually had. I quite often I know I'm dreaming when I'm dreaming.
I don't know exactly about that, but I have dreams that I'm really, what do you say, in it. Like I'm feeling it's like here. Like what do you say? Lucid dreaming? What is it called?
Osman, the Oz is in the house. I can't believe
Oz, what up, Oz?
Thank you for turning up.
Vince,
Are you the
here's
this the
thing.
Wizard of Oz?
Okay, who
Oz, we've been
knows
onto politics. I've spent the last
biology?
I've spent the last hour listening to American politics. So you've turned up. Let's change the subject because I've had a brilliant night. Honestly, I've been streaming now.
Yeah, let's have some more fun.
I've had nearly 3.5 hours of streaming. It's been absolutely unbelievable. I was so afraid today that when I put this link on, that I said I was going to go live for my 55th birthday, that nobody would turn up. And 3.5 hours later, we're still going strong. And I've spent it's been brilliant. The last hour, I've literally been sat here drinking, listening to these talking about American politics, which I've got no idea about.
Wait.
I've had the best birthday. Honestly, we're in lockdown. I can't go to the pub. I'm
never fear the what ifs. Because your brain can play a lot of tricks on you and try to convince you of a lot of bad stuff that can happen.
Isn't that great, Paul? That you expected the totally opposite, and this stream I think it was really great. I mean, Randy and Oz, I haven't heard him. He just came, but IQ and who was it? Andy and God and Lisa and anyways, it turned out to be really interesting. But to be fair though, the Trump talk was like a small part of it, because before Trump we talked about the mind, remember? The mind, the right side, the left side.
But I enjoyed the Trump part because it meant that I could just sit here and just carry on drinking and let you carry on talking. But Oz, I've got to speak to Oz. Oz, thank you for turning up. I really do appreciate you turning up. Absolutely, you made my day. Thank you very much.
Not a problem.
Let us speak.
No, I was just saying, I appreciate you asking me, and happy birthday. And I don't know if I would enjoy listening to Trump talk on my birthday, so to speak, but I'm glad you did. By all means, but no, I would have been here earlier. I was working. The whole time thing, we're like on different sides of the planet, so that got a little tricky. And then I got lost working in the debate tournament stuff, and it was 3:00 my time. Next time I looked at it, it was 7:00. I was like, holy shit! So it was busy,
that's how it goes.
Yeah, I appreciate you turning up. I'm just going to ask you: is the last time we spoke, we was on the Tart Show talking about we were going to do a review of, was it?
Well, we did the one on the guy that claimed to have the miracles and went from supposedly being an atheist. I don't think he was an atheist. I just don't think he'd ever heard of a God before. And then now he's a Christian. And then we talked about doing one on. And then we're gonna do one on one of the pimping pastors that have all the money, like a Benny Hinn or one of the rich pastors, something like that.
Yes, on about the guy who basically conned his congregation into buying him a jet. I know he did that one, but then we were going to do one on wasn't it a film review of Audacity, which was the Banana Man.
Comfort, Ray Comfort, yeah.
Yeah, Ray Comfort, yeah.
I'm down to talk about Ray Comfort every day of the week. Tell me, Paul, have you ever told a lie?
Banana
I
Man.
told a lie yesterday. I told a lie today. I'll tell one tomorrow.
Hey, you know the fake preacher? What is his name? Kenneth Copeland or something. That's a demon. That guy. He's a demon.
Demon face.
I guess that's something we can all agree on.
Yeah,
we can all agree on
got
that one.
those demon eyes.
Reminds me of the bad guy in The Mask.
Yeah, he looks straight out of a demon's nest. He's came out of a demon's nest. Yeah.
Oh, Kenny Copeland. And see, I tell people when I was goodbye, COVID. Well, growing up, like he, Rod Parsley, like all those sons of bitches were like guest pastors at the church I grew up in, like all the time. So it was like, it's funny to see the other side, the atheist responses to that. I'll be on this side because that was just normal life for me. Like that was just like, oh, that's normal.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Oz. I used to be an atheist, and what made me become an atheist?
Vince, you weren't a real atheist. We've already established that you wasn't a proper atheist.
Yes, I
We're
was,
gonna
because-
stick
No, you
away
wasn't,
from
Vince.
the no true atheist fallacies here.
Yeah.
Wait, you know what made me an atheist? People like Kenneth Copeland. Fake preachers like that made me into an atheist because I was like, no way that's a real priest or whatever the fuck they called it.
If you believe in God, you're not an atheist. You stop believing in the God, you're an atheist. You get convinced again, you're no longer an atheist. I'm totally on board with somebody being able to jump ships from back and forth. I mean, it's okay.
No.
It's their beliefs.
No, listen. I used to be an atheist. Now I'm not a Christian, but I'm a God person. Listen. I don't care what anybody else thinks.
I've ran into the whole gambit. You're good.
Listen,
You're good.
I'm not here to convince any of you. It's not. Wait. It's not my business to convince any of you. I have no business in what you believe. It's not my right to even interfere with that. I can only speak for myself. I know from the things I've thought through, there is a creator to this place. Now, I don't necessarily connect that to a religion. I'm just saying there is a creator to this virtual reality that we're living in. I believe this is a super advanced virtual reality created by a programmer, which is a god. That's what I believe. I'm just saying that. I'm not trying to convince you people. I'm just saying what I believe.
Vince,
I have a question about that. What's the difference?
What has convinced you of that? What is the best bit of evidence that you've got that convinced you of what you've just said?
Well, again, I have to say it's just not one thing. But I could say the golden ratio is one thing. Another thing is
me and you have already discussed the golden ratio, and I showed you where the golden ratio doesn't fit.
No, what was it?
Yeah, no, I did show you where the golden ratio did not fit.
No, you said just because
I showed you a video that showed you the golden ratio didn't fit.
Yeah, that video was not.
Here we go.
We have it on the stream somewhere. Listen, the golden ratio.
Would you guys like me to moderate?
You want to moderate?
You can do, yes.
Come on, Ray.
I'm willing to be JD and Court though.
Listen, golden ratio is one thing.
I'm too drunk to moderate.
Another thing
golden
is
ratio, we've already debunked the golden ratio.
Wait. Another thing, regardless whether or not you're an atheist or not, you can't deny that the Overlord seems to believe in a fucking Lucifer or something.
Who the bloody hell's the Overlord?
The Overlords. You know,
I think it's Zuckerberg. It might be Zuckerberg.
Hey, he's a robot.
May or may not be Zuckerberg.
This is officially getting harder and harder to believe.
Hold on.
This has been like this all night. Honestly, mate. 3.5 hours. This is what it's been like. It's been brilliant. I could not have wished for a better 55th birthday. I really couldn't have wished for a better one. This has been brilliant. 3.5 hours, and I've had.
Hey, I have a serious question.
And I was so afraid this morning that when I was going to go live, I was going to be sat here talking to myself. I went live. Well, before I went live, I had 3 people lined up already to come in as guests. And ever since that, I've had 3 or 4 people. At one time, I think I had 10 people in as guests. It's been an absolute awesome night. It's been brilliant.
Yeah, what was perfect about that, on a comedic standpoint, is we got in that conversation literally like an hour ago on Facebook. I had this random guy hit me up. He was like, "Hey, I'm part of the Illuminati. We're recruiting new people. Do you want to be a part?" So I trolled the shit out of him. And then I come in here and we're talking about overlords, and I'm like, they're following me.
I'll just see if I can share something. He hasn't turned up tonight, so I don't mind sharing it because I didn't want to share it earlier on, just in case it turned up, but it didn't. So I'll
see, Paul. You just got your possibilities crossed. Now, yes, the fear of rejection and the things not going the way they planned. There's shit happens, and you'd never want it to happen, especially when it's a special day. At least for your accord, like it's my birthday, and then everything's just gonna fucking go to shit. And those are real fears, but you didn't take into account what's the only thing that guarantees failure. Not even trying. You put yourself out there. You started the stream. So you automatically canceled out the guarantee of failure. You're already a step up from your fear. So you can just take that fear, throw it right out the window because you've already upped it by 1.
Yeah.
Boom. Happy birthday.
I agree. Going off the
Happy
Yogi Berra
birthday.
philosophy.
Anyway, Oz, just a quick one. On one of your talk shows, when you do your debates, do you do like flat Earth debates and stuff like that?
We'll do any topic somebody wants to debate. Just so far,
well, this guy here, he actually wants to debate me. I'm on Modern Day Debates. Actually, this Friday, debating Which It Gets It on the flat Earth. And this guy that I'm going to put on now, he was the one who actually wanted to originally debate me. We have had little bits of to and fro for the past couple of weeks, and this was one that I was on the other day. So I'll just add this to the stream, and I'll just show you little bits of it. Let me see how I work it.
You got Praise and Gavin on there. You already lost my interest.
Sorry. They don't have any input. Don't worry.
With a song here.
Right. I'm not going to be able to hear anything at the moment because I haven't got my headphones in. I just need to put my headphones in so I can hear what's going on.
So you got Orion, you got Libra, Sagittarius, you got Leo, you got all the constellations. We have things called planispheres where we've been able to map them out for a long time. We have instruments such as the astrolabel, the nocturnal label, a bunch of different instruments where we can count the stars. We call them constellations. Hey, what's up, Paul? Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, not bad.
How's my audio today, bro? So yeah, it's
the clip.
From
like I said, you'll carry on doing your stream. I'll mute myself. I'll go into the house. I'll get the globe. I'll bring it in here, and then when me and you were talking again, I will do it live on camera. I will take 2 photos, and I will show you the continents at 2 vastly different sizes. But the globe will be the same size on the picture that I show you. So the globe won't change size, but I will get the continents to change size for you. So I'll just mute myself. You'll carry on with your stream. I'll go get my globe, and then when you're finished, I'll go through that and I'll show you how it's done.
Explanation.
Sounds good, bro. What do you make of this one here with the all the different cosmologies of the ancient Egyptians and Norse and Hindu people? And they all had the sun and moon spinning around their heads. Around the North Pole.
Because I mean, basically, thousands of years ago, they had no way of knowing. And what you do observe the sun moving across the sky. So it's perfectly normal without looking into it. It's not a stupid thing 2,000-3,000 years ago to look at the sun and say the sun moves across the sky. I mean, we still refer to it now as the sun tracking across the sky.
Correct.
But it is actually the Earth that is rotating, but it makes it much easier for people to understand when you talk about the movement of the stars across the sky or the movement of the sun across the sky. It's because it's what it looks like, but we know that isn't what it is. So it's perfectly normal for people in the past to say that the sun moves across the sky and not that the Earth is rotating. But anyway, I'll let you carry on with it. Like I say, I'll mute myself and I'll go get my globe, and then when we're done, I'll show you what it's done.
I'll put our conversation from last night for a little bit and wait for you to come back.
Yeah, okay.
Go for it, bro.
That's all the Illuminati book.
Change the name. I think it's to do with birth signs. Like if you're born.
At that point, I give up because Earth is only 6,000 years old, so it has to move ever.
I'll see if I can get it to. I'll put my camera down and see if you can see it.
Let me get rid of this for a second.
So, Paul, you said you're debating this Friday.
Now.
Tiger Television. You must have just came in as I was digging my books out.
So taking one photo.
Well, this is. I just wanted to show you. This is.
Second photo.
This is about. Yeah. This is how thick this shit
Walk
is.
out a little bit further. See what you're gonna do here.
One of the few books that I have.
That is the first photo that I've taken.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, you agree?
Yeah, makes me hungry.
Look at the size. Look at the size of the globe to my screen on my iPhone, and they're virtually touching top to bottom. Yeah, you agree?
Yep. Got a little bit of glare, but
yeah, because the sun's coming up. But hopefully, and then again, that's the same one. Look at the size of America.
Yeah, you were further away when you took the picture.
And that's why them pictures are like what they are, because depending on what. Yeah, so that was me my debate with, well, a bit of a debate with Iger. So that's quite an interesting one.
You heard it first, folks. It's all about perspective.
Absolutely.
That is the name of the game.
Yes, exactly. That's what it was. Because what it was saying was that when we see photographs of the Earth from space, sometimes the continents are at different sizes. In fact, me and Vince have had the same conversation. And I explained to him that this is perfectly explainable by if a satellite takes a photo from of the Earth at a certain distance, and then another satellite takes the same photo from further away, they have to zoom in. So the continents will change size. I did exactly the same thing with Vince when me and Vince had the conversation. And Vince, you agreed that what I showed was correct, didn't you?
Yes. In that you were correct, but I still don't believe it's a ball. But in that you were correct. Absolutely.
When I say perspective is the name of the game, I'm not just talking about
hold
photographs.
on, Randy, before you put that label.
It's not just about photographs.
You just said I don't
that
believe
covers
it's a
just about
ball.
everything.
Yes, I said. Yes, I said it's not a ball. I don't believe that anymore. I don't know what it is, but I don't believe these people. I don't believe these people anymore.
Right.
I don't believe them anymore.
Vince, when it comes to navigation, especially, you know me, I'm a pilot, so I've got my pilot's license, and I have to do navigation. That is 100% based on a globe.
Oh, I got a thing for that.
No, you haven't.
Yes,
I guarantee. Vince, I will challenge you. I will challenge you now in front of all these. We can go on Ozzy's channel, and you can challenge me. You cannot make the navigational charts that I use fit on a flat Earth. You can't do it.
But wait. I have a new thing for that.
I don't care how new it is. I'll challenge you.
Let me tell you.
Ults can moderate.
Yeah. Okay, you want to save it for that?
Yeah, save it for that. Because I guarantee you will.
Yeah.
You will not. You will not use the navigational charts that I have got, because the navigational charts that I have got, they only work on a flat on a globe. You cannot make them flat. It's impossible.
Okay, we'll see about that.
Okay. I'll set it up.
All right. What's a good date?
Anytime you want. I'll take time off work to debate it.
We usually our debates are either Saturday or we try to do either Saturday or Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern time.
That's fine with me. Any Saturday or Sunday night is fine with me.
Sunday.
Yeah, okay.
This
His
Sunday.
people will get a hold of your people, and it'll
like
be a date.
Both of you to come onto my channel.
Oh, my agent. Huh? What? What do you say? IQ?
Oh no! I just had to break out my
the
Brooklyn
shedding-
accent real quick.
Oh, sorry.
I live in
Okay.
Cincinnati. It's complete fake, but I just love accents. I mean, that's moving on.
I have a great accent for you. Do you like we give you accent? You like it? We sell very experienced accent to you. $50 krona. $50 per
You sound like
accent.
the guy from Taxi.
It sounds like Borat.
Yes. Continue.
One person's their argument that I absolutely hate listening to on YouTube, but I actually enjoy hearing the cadence and the up and down of the pitch level in their voices. Otangelo, it's hilarious to me. Hate the argument. I hate the argument, but
Oh my God.
the way his tone and he goes up and down, it's hilarious.
Yes. I do like it.
I'm gonna
He actually told a
not
joke
talk
on,
about
on
Otangelo
Neil
right now.
604 Atheist.
What's that?
He asked a question, and here's the question: what's the difference between a nun and a woman in a bathtub?
Oh Lord.
One has hope in her soul, the other one has soap in her hole.
He puts jokes like this in the chat from time to
That's
time.
no Angelo joke.
That's an
Yeah,
Otangelo joke.
he's not that
How is
bad.
Anyway,
he's-
folks, I've got to head out. I've got some more work to do.
Fucker.
If you're still going here here in a little bit, I'll hop back in. But it was lovely speaking with everybody. But I got a jet.
It was nice, IQ.
And thanks for that pick, IQ.
Yep, no problem, man.
Yeah, and
Okay, have a
IQ,
good night.
Thanks very much for jumping in. It's been. I've had a brilliant night. I could never have imagined that this was going to happen. 3 hours 45 minutes into a stream, and I was so afraid this morning I was going to be sat on a live stream on my own and nobody would turn up. This has been
All by myself, right?
literally that's what I expected. Literally that's what I expected. This is
Look,
absolutely
just get rid of the fear. Get rid of the fear and replace it with respect. There's a very fine line between the two things. And if all you have is fear, you're not paying attention. Just take what you're afraid of, control what you can control, and everything else is going to happen anyway. And there's no sense in fretting about it.
Yes, and I totally agree. I've said very much similar myself. There is positive fear and there is negative fear. And the way I explain it is that, how I word it is worry. If you're worrying about something. So you've got positive worry and negative worry. Positive worry is you're going on holiday tomorrow and you're worried that you're going to forget your passport. Well, that worry is a positive worry because you can do something about it. You can get the passport, put it into your suitcase, double check to make sure it's there. A negative worry is you get onto the aeroplane, it takes off, and the aeroplane has both engines failure. There is no point in worrying about it because there ain't nothing that's going to happen. No matter how much you worry, you ain't going to change that situation. So you've got worry where you can actually have a positive input on the situation and you can control it. And you can have worry where you've got no control whatsoever. And an engine failure on a jet airplane, on your way to holiday, with an engine failure, there ain't no point in worrying about it because there's nothing you can do about it in the first place.
Well, there's worry and concern. Concern is a potential danger or hazard has been brought to your attention and you are addressing it mentally. Worry is when it starts addressing you, is when it starts to control you and your actions, and it will cause you to become irrational. Worry is bad. Concern, good.
Yes.
Because right after worry comes panic. Panic's a bitch.
Yeah.
Don't panic.
Yeah, totally agree.
Good stuff.
Anyway,
Kinda
I've
like
got a
that
jet, people.
Bigfoot girl that's got
IQ, lovely. Thanks for coming in. You've made my night.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you very much. You've allowed me to sit here for the last hour,
live long and prosper,
drinking and listening to you lot chatting, and it's been brilliant. I've loved every minute of it. It's been great.
Lovely.
Yes.
We'll do it again sometime.
Yes. Thank you very much.
See you.
Peace out.
Catch you later. I mean, seriously, guys, I've had the best night of my life. I could not have imagined.
Oh, that's good. I am so happy for you.
Time of your life. Yeah.
First, I'd spent about a day pondering because obviously my 55th birthday was coming up, and I was thinking, what can I do? I can't go out. Me and the wife can't go out. Everything's closed. I'm sat in and I thought I'll do a live stream, and then I thought, should I?
Yes.
Do I know enough people to do a live stream?
Yes.
And then and that's what I thought. Same as what you just said. I was there, and I just thought, yeah, sorry, I'll do it. So I basically I pre-booked on StreamYard, pre-booked the live stream, set it all off, and then started passing it about that I was going to do a live stream. Then I was thinking, what if nobody turns up?
Yeah, this is the only. To be frank, though,
what if I click and go live and there's nobody there? Or maybe only one or two people turn up in the chat and they don't actually want to come into the live stream. What am I going to do? I was absolutely terrified.
You know what you should have done? Deleted the live stream after it's done. Delete the live stream.
But anyway, obviously I'd pre-booked it, and then when about 5-10 minutes before I was due to go live, obviously I jumped onto my StreamYards, went into the studio. What was there? There was 2 people already waiting to come on. So I'm chatting to them 5 minutes before I actually go live, and I thought, this isn't going to be as bad as I thought. And since then, it's just got better and better and better. It's been an absolute brilliant night. We're into 3 hours, 50 minutes, and I haven't lost a single, the place has been full. Brilliant.
Plenty of
energy. This is the best thing you can do while we're locked down like prisoners, right? Like, looking at us right now, it looks like we're all in our own cell with a camera, and this is the best way we can hang.
I'm in my cell because the wife went to bed about 9. Well, the wife was going to bed at 9 o'clock, and I was going live at 9 o'clock. So I've basically been banished to the summer house. So I'm sat in the shed in the bottom of the garden.
That's cozy. It looks cozy, man.
It's brilliant. I've got a little fire. It's our summer house. It's full of junk at the moment because we've got all the garden furniture in here, but I've got a little fire down here burning away. I'll see if I can show you it. I don't know if you'll be able to see.
I'm glad you have pants on.
Oh, with the knotty pine siding you have there, it looks like a perfect manly office man cave thing going on. It's awesome.
It's brilliant. I love it. So that's the little fire that's going at the moment. So that's keeping me nice and warm. I've got all the junk from the garden.
And Paul rocks on that horse for his birthday.
Yeah. I love the fire. I love the fire. That's a nice.
Hey, I have a question for all of you. How did you deal with stage fright first starting out on all this stuff?
Well,
how did all of you deal with like stage fright? I have a story, but I'm going to wait until the rest of you answer.
The first live stream I ever went on was the Daily Atheist Morning Show, and basically what had happened is, obviously everybody has YouTube. I have the YouTube channel that I've got at the moment, but I've just had like a few flying videos on and stuff like that, basically for my own entertainment rather than for other people to watch. It was just a way of storing video footage without actually having to take up a device or whatever. Put it on YouTube, it's there forever. So I had my own little channel, but when I used to watch YouTube, I mean, me and the wife watch YouTube all the time, especially like music videos, stuff like that. I never used to sign in to YouTube. I just went on basically as a guest, so I could just basically watch what I wanted. I started watching the Daily Atheist Morning Show, but I wasn't signed in, so I couldn't see the chat. But I realised there was the live chat going on because obviously Chris Mallard was actually interacting with people in the chat. So what I did then is I signed in to YouTube so that I could actually see what the chat was. I then started talking to Chris. Chris invited me on his show. I went onto his show, and that's basically how all this started. Without Chris from the Daily Atheist Morning Show, I wouldn't be now interacting with you lot. I would be anonymous, watching shows, but not interacting with them because I wouldn't have been signed in. So that's how it all started. So when I went onto Chris's channel, the first time I was quite nervous of going on, but not overly nervous because I'd watched his show and I'd interacted with people that was in there, so I wasn't overly nervous. Now, this Friday, I'm due to be on Modern Day Debate, debating the flat Earth. Now, that's going to be really the biggest platform I've ever been on. I mean, Modern Day Debate is massive. I'm also debating the flat Earth, which is I'm not an expert in. I've never taken any notice of the flat Earth. All right, I'm a pilot, so I understand how the globe is and navigation when it comes to going around the globe. But it's not something I've really taken any thought of. So I've sort of got myself pushed into debating Wits It Gets It, which apparently is really big in the flat Earth fraternity, basically. And apparently I've been told it is going to destroy you. The information is going to destroy you. And I'm on on Friday.
And listen, if it does, may so be it.
Yeah. We're debating the shape of the Earth, so I'm
listen, if he has some stuff that you can't dispute, then it is what it is.
Mm.
You know?
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah, I got owned. I got owned in my first debate ever after leaving faith and going to atheist. I learned a huge lesson because I went in very assumptive, thinking, well, I'm the Christian, of course. I'm a former Christian. Of course, I can argue the resurrection. And then once I got there, I was like, yeah, I should have studied a little better for that. But now that's one of the topics where I can go head to head with anybody because I lost that debate.
Yeah. You see, It is what it is. Sometimes it doesn't go well, and sometimes it does. And you might learn if it doesn't go well. So that's great. Yeah.
Yeah, but again, though, I mean, do you actually lose debates?
Well, it's about who. Yes, I think you can because the way, like with Tart, we always announce a winner and a loser at the end. It's not whether we agree with you, because we've had many theists win the debate. What we look for is who is better prepared, who better who better presents their argument
Yes.
and can articulate their argument and put it together to where it could influence. Doesn't mean it does, but could influence somebody to change their mind. And then like last night, it was the first draw we had. It was I felt like the whole debate, nobody actually discussed the topic. So I was like, I can't award anything to either of you because neither of you stayed home. You know.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, you can. I suppose you can judge a debate, but it doesn't mean that you agree with what they've said. It means that they've presented a better argument. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yep. Yeah, we've had several theist Christians specifically that I awarded them the W, not because I believe their God is real or because they convinced me to change my mind. I give it to them. They were better prepared. They communicated their message better and gave more impelling reasons to believe than the atheist did, or, to not believe or whatever.
Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, you can hear I mean, when I first started listening to flat earthers debating, sometimes I would agree that the flat earther presented a better argument. Not that I agreed with the conclusion of his argument, but I agreed that he presented better evidence, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and usually that comes down to preparation. We had one guy come on, and
that's fair.
He just got manhandled, and it was like I could tell you put no time into preparing this, putting an outline or putting notes together, talking points. You did none of that. You just came in here and thought you're going to gunsling, and hope shit hit the wall and stuck. Well, I don't know who you're used to talking to or debating, and we don't claim to be the smartest people around, but we study a lot and we research a lot. We pass books around to each other to study all the time. It's like we're not just a bunch of numbnuts over here. Like we get a good grasp on this. So you picked the wrong place to be completely ill prepared.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Thanks, Tobin. Appreciate that. I feel like we're getting I guess you'd say the big bugs worked out now. Some of the little things, getting our transitions a little more smooth, and then I think once we do that, it's going to be a home run.
Yeah, I think the Tart Show is actually going to grow quite well. It's very well presented. It's professionally done, and I think you are going to be a good competitor against modern day debate. I think you can certainly make it as big as what they do.
Well, it's an honor to be mentioned with Modern Day Debate. They several of their debates were pieces of my deconstruction, deconversion process. So I'll always have a place right here for them. But it'd be an honor to be able to go be up there on the top of the mountain with them.
Oh, I think within the next year you will. I think you will. I think you'll be equally up there with them. The Tart Show name is really starting to grow. I don't know how long you've been going, but I'd say 6-7 months ago, maybe about that, I wouldn't have heard of the Tart Show, but now I hear it all the time.
And that's awesome. That puts a smile on my face, and because we work hard, we do. And not saying every other YouTuber doesn't, but I know Pasta Mike, my partner, and I, we eat, breathe, sleep, drink, everything Tart. So when we hear that makes us feel good, because then it's like, okay, I'm not wasting all the time and the energy doing it. But no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm unfamiliar.
No, I mean, to be honest, it's an honor for you to turn up in my live stream. When I first came across your show, it already looked as if it was a big platform. The first time I sort of came across it, and I thought, why haven't I seen this before? This is clearly, there's been a lot of work put into the way that you do your streams and stuff. Like I say, I think you run it absolutely really professional, and I think you are going to get, I'd say within a year, you will definitely be up there with Modern Day Debate, without a doubt.
Well,
you must be growing week by week. Surely you must be growing week by week.
The analytics have took a huge spike, I'd say, in the last 90 days. But first of all, if you ever hear, is a big shout out to Pasta Mike. That's my partner, my dude, my best friend, because like production value and all that, he and I work together, but he's the master.
Is he basically the voice that on some of your shows where he's just like the voice in the background?
Yep, he's the voice and the face that you never see. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, that's Pasta, and and the rest of the guys. We all work hard at it, but biggest thing is, Paul, I'm just a dude, man. I'm a dude. I'll come and hang out with you anytime. It's not even about that. I'm just another dude out here trying to make it.
That's fantastic. Listen, I've never heard of Tart.
You are joking, Vince! Get out of my stream! Get out!
I'm just honest.
I will send you some links.
No, I don't mean that as a bad thing. I'm just saying.
I know about Pop Tart.
Yeah, I'm not saying that like an insult. I'm just saying I never heard of it. What about
the Atheist Roundtable is what it stands for.
The Atheist Roundtable.
I will send you a link.
That sounds like a nice place.
Debates and stuff like that. It's a brilliant platform to go listen to. They're on all the time. Every week, my phone bleeps to tell me that Tart has gone live.
Oh, okay. That sounds fantastic.
I will say one of the things I can say proudly, and it not be a arrogant thing or anything. It's just our work ethic. You're going to be really, really hard pressed to find a channel that puts out not just the amount, not just the quantity of content, but the quality. You're going to be hard pressed to find that, and I have no problem saying that. I'm proud of that. Why? Because we bust our fucking asses to do it, and like right here, probably about 3 or 4 minutes up and jump off. I got to start prepping. We have our call-in show tonight. So we have different types of shows. We do call-ins, debates. We do one-on-one interview type shows. We do what was it, just Saturday? We opened it up for any new YouTube atheist content creator that's just started a channel in the last 3 to 6 months. We had them all come on that wanted to come on, and all we did was shill and promote their channels. We didn't talk about us or what we did. We just put them on blast, let them talk all their shit. And then on March 20th, we're doing like a UFC / NCAA March Madness debate tournament.
Yeah.
Where it's all in one day, because the NCAA tournament's like a week long or 2 weeks long. This one we're gonna have like a sub channel, a Tart sub channel. So we'll have debates going simultaneously. We'll go through, and then there's a cash prize for the winner. And then we're getting a custom made like championship belt that'll travel, for the person that wins, so it's one of those again, we're proud of it. We're working hard. We're trying to be different. We're trying to do things that, if you guys know Ethan from Your Friendly Neighborhood Atheist?
Yeah, he was going to turn up tonight, but he literally messaged me about 10 minutes ago to say, I'm sorry, I'm still working right now. So that was from Ethan that you're talking about. And he's literally just messaged me to say that he was going to turn up, but unfortunately he can't because he's still working.
Yeah,
Listen, that sounds great, Oz, that you're doing different shit. That's the way. Don't do the same shit that like everybody else. Like you can have some stuff that are similar, but do your own thing. That's fantastic.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I love it. And Ethan, so Ethan, and then we have a guy on our channel, Nate. We call him Nate Dog. We're getting ready to start a Sunday night comedy show, and we're going to do like satire and stuff, and we're going to have guest comedians come on, and they can either riff with us, or we'll give them a portion of the show to do their stand-up routines. That way for the atheist community, they can say, okay, you can do all this other crazy fun shit and have fun, and it's cool. But for the ones that aren't atheists, they can see from the outside and be like, oh, atheists do know how to have fun. They can do so. They don't have to talk about religion all the time.
That sounds good. Listen, I want to be on if you want to have me on something. If you want to have me on something, I don't know what.
Vince, me and you, mate.
I was about to say, it sounds like you need to get that debate book first.
Duo.
Yeah, book it. Huh?
The beauty thing is, if me and Vince end up coming on and me and Vince end up debating, it's not going to turn out into a mass argument, and we aren't going to fall out because me and Vince don't agree on anything. but I've been on many times on his channel, and we disagree on absolutely everything, but we never fall out. I mean, he's been on this screen now for almost 4 hours. Vince was one of the first ones that turned up. So Vince has been on this stream for 4 hours.
Well, and Vince, I'm trying to remember. I as soon as I jumped on, I was like, I can't remember who you were debating on modern day debates.
I do. It was a modern day debate, and it was with Godless Girl.
Yes, that was it. Yes,
yeah.
Yes. And I was like, oh, who was it? And I knew it was one of the batshit crazy ones. I just couldn't remember who it was. Now,
yeah, that was the craziest, weirdest. That wasn't even a debate. It was
an absolute nightmare. It was brilliant, though. It must have the most hits on modern day debate. That is absolutely massive. Everyone talks about that one.
Well, it was just crazy.
She even went off stream, didn't she? She killed a camera. Listen, went off stream, went to the garage to get some more beer, and came back to finish the debate. It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
And one time, her guy was half naked, showing up in the background. I was like, Godless, take that off. You know, he was like, coming out.
It was brilliant.
Yeah,
but yes,
go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying. After that, James didn't want me on. I don't know, but it wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. I mean,
it's not my very humble opinion. It's not you that shouldn't be back on. It's her that shouldn't be back on.
Exactly.
But I remember watching that, and I remember her screen going out, and I was like, oh, she just dipped, like, because she's done that before, right? So I was like, oh, she just dipped. So I keep watching whatever, and then 20 minutes, whatever it was, because and I think you even said it. It's like, are you high? Like her eyes were like, she was like moving everywhere, and I'm like, this is not how you represent your channel.
Yeah, she was sleeping at one point. She was barely awake. That was
she kept hitting that vape. She kept hitting that vape pen. Was like,
yeah, and remember, she called me a bunch of words you cannot call me. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I didn't even take offense. I was like, dude, don't say that. You will take their stream down. You know. I was like, don't say that. But and I heard James got like, messages on his phone like, do you know what's going on your channel right now? Like some crazy shit. But yeah, that was a weird time for sure.
He said a weird time.
But I think, personally, I tend to, bring out weirdness wherever I am. I don't know what it is. And I'm not saying that was all me. The Godless is weird in herself as well. But I'm just saying there was a mix of me and Godless, and then Smokey and who was it?
T-Jump.
Yeah, the wizard. Yeah, the wizard guy.
I must admit, T-Jump, he handled it like a pro. He really did handle it like a pro.
That's what I love about, because T-Jump, myself and Pasta, our channel, become really good friends with Tom. And we just did a live debate with him down in Georgia. And first of all, he is cool. Like what you see on screen is cool. Personality, everything's cool. In person, like sitting down, actually just talking life and everything. That dude is a cool motherfucker. He went from like, I respect you, to like, all right, we can be boys. Like you're cool as shit, So I will say that. But and I've told him this, his ability to not get mixed up and rattled up or rattled when all that bullshit's going on, is impeccable, because most people, like, I'm usually pretty good, but like somebody that's like way, way, way on the extreme, like a Godless Girl, she's going to ruffle feathers even of the most calm people, right? And even the most like, okay, I can handle this. I can handle this. No, fuck this. Shut up. It's and he's just like, oh, you came back from your crack pipe break. Good, glad you could come back. Can we get back into the conversation now?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true. Would you have Godless on your channel?
He doesn't lose his cool at all, but he keeps his authority. He can use his authority without losing his cool, and that's what's good about T-Jump.
Yeah, Tom's a man. And to answer the question I think you asked, Fuck no. No chance in hell. Her and I hate even saying his name, Mr. DD. Both have like Dawkins.
Mark Dawkins
Have like they wanted to come on the show so bad, and I'm like, no, that's not what we do on our show.
That guy is an asshole, Dawkins.
Just top link put in there. I'll try and search for it, and I'll put it in the chat if I can find it.
All you have to do is go to YouTube.
Hey, gentlemen, I'm gonna go.
Oh, I must go too. It's like super late in Sweden.
It's nice talking to you. Nice meeting you, Vince. Oz.
Absolutely, Randy.
Happy birthday, Paul.
Yeah, thanks very much for
And I
turning
will
up. It's been
see
really
you all
brilliant.
when the hell ever.
It was. Listen, it was a great talk about the brain. You remember the brain? Yeah, the brain, left and right brain, and shit like that. Before we talk about
I'm gonna go
Trump,
get drunker now.
Yeah, we don't want to talk to you when you're drunk.
I'll see you.
Once you're sober, man. Okay, see you. I'll send you some of my hair. Okay?
I started drinking 4 hours ago. I'm well over my limit.
Okay, good. I need it.
Yeah, you need my hair. I'll send it to you. Yes.
Good night, all. Happy birthday.
Yeah,
Bob.
thanks for turning up, mate. Cheers.
Peace out, Randy. Listen, I have to go as well. It's like 2 in the night.
I'm 10 past 12 now. I was just seeing if I can find. I can't find it. I'll try and find it some other time.
Yeah, it was nice, and it was nice talking to you as well, Oz.
You too.
And listen, don't take that as an insult. I did not know about Tart.
Oh, not at all. Do you know how many millions of people are on YouTube? I don't expect everybody to know who we are.
Yeah,
but it will. Eventually it will become big.
Yeah,
Because
Vince, I'll send you a link tomorrow so you can get onto the Tart and you can start following the Tart Show. It's a brilliant program. It really is brilliant.
Absolutely, I'll subscribe.
Thank you.
You're gonna see it.
Yeah, make sure you do.
Yep,
sure.
I got to get ready for the call-in show too, Paul. So I got to dip out of here too, buddy. But happy birthday! Thank you for the invite.
Yeah, thanks very much. And again, Oz, you made my night. I could not have wished. 4 hours, 13 minutes. I've been live streaming, and there's been somebody in the whole time, and I couldn't wish for anything better. Thank you very much.
Happy fucking birthday, and I'm glad I could be a part of putting a smile on your face, man.
Yeah, you have. You've made me night. Everyone has made my night that's turned up tonight. It's been brilliant.
It was fantastic.
Brother, appreciate you.
Yep.
Peace out, people.
Catch you all later, and I'm going to end it now myself anyway. So, yeah, Vince, cheers, Vince. You've been a star, mate. You've been in from the very beginning, and you've lasted right till the end. You've been an absolutely star, mate. So
I'm very happy.
Unless anybody else wants to jump in, I'm going to end it here anyway, myself.
Yeah, I'm going to go up, but I'm very happy that this went very well for you on your birthday, and especially when you expected the opposite. So that's
I absolutely did. Yeah, this has absolutely made my day. I've not had a birthday like this. We're in lockdown. You can't go out for a drink. I decided to do this, and 4 and a quarter hours later, there's me and you left, and we're just about to end it. It's 1:15. Absolutely brilliant.
And you have this in video. Yeah, that's a birthday in video. Yeah,
and I'm going to end it with the video that you did for me.
That's great.
That's what I put on. That's what's going to be closing.
That's great. It was my pleasure, man. It was really fun. I mean, I'm really telling you, this was really interesting. Talking to everybody that you had on here. I'm usually not on with this many people, and it was a new, interesting thing for me as well. So it was great. So happy birthday to you. That was great, huh?
I wasn't expecting it. It's turned out. It couldn't have turned out better. It really.
Me either. But it seems to be that when you don't expect stuff, that is when it's the best. Yeah. When you don't expect. Maybe that's because it's spontaneous or whatever. Who knows?
Yeah.
But okay. Thank you, Paul. Happy birthday. I think you're gonna have a good sleep.
Yes, I will do. Thanks very much. And I'll end with your video. I'll catch you later, Vince. Cheers, mate.
Absolutely. Peace out.